Good morning. We are live from Council Chamber. Before we begin, I'll go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to the nearest building exit and go to a muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, good morning. Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Dakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. Roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor Principe,
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette,
Good morning.
Councillor Tang,
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford,
Yeah, hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good morning.
Councillor Rice,
Good morning.
and Councillor Jans. I got everyone.
Good morning.
Didn't forget anyone? We're still at 13? Okay. All right. All right. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, I'll move the agenda for today's public hearing, March 11, 2024.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Second. Councillor Rice. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. Councillor Salvador.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor Sohi, and good morning, everyone. I would like to start this meeting by acknowledging one of our valued partners. Since 1995, the Edmonton Arts Council has been supporting and advocating for the arts across our city. Through investments in artists, organizations, festivals, and the greater arts community, the EAC raises the profile of arts and culture and brings the arts to everyday life. Whether you know it or not, if you've enjoyed a performance or other piece of art in the city, there's a good chance it was made possible by the EAC. They do amazing work, and we thank their staff for making Edmonton a more dynamic city. That's why it is so bittersweet that the EAC's executive director, Sanjay Shahani, is leaving his role on March 22nd. Sanjay has been the executive director of the EAC since 2016 and has helped grow and transform the organization. Under his leadership, the EAC has increased grant opportunities for local artists, even during times of economic challenge. He also oversaw the revisioning of Edmonton's public art policy to emphasize principles of public visibility and accessibility, diversity and inclusion, public art appreciation, and citywide impact. During the height of the pandemic, Sanjay ensured arts and culture programming continued across the city, like socially distanced outdoor parades and the popular Green Shack shows for kids. This has helped create communities that are attractive and healthy, transforming everyday spaces into pockets of creativity where art, design, and culture can flourish. But perhaps his most enduring contribution to Edmonton and the arts community is Connections and Exchanges, a 10-year plan to transform arts and heritage in Edmonton. This strategy aims to infuse culture, arts, and heritage into every aspect of Edmonton's civic fabric, better support cultural makers and interpreters, and grow Edmonton's arts and heritage audiences. It aligns directly with our broader citywide strategic plans and contributes to achieving those goals through the lens of arts and culture. We would not have this incredible roadmap for making Edmonton more vibrant without Sanjay's leadership and vision. We thank him for his work and dedication to making our city a better place over the last 8 years. And while we are sad to be losing Sanjay, we are excited for him to take on a new role as Director General, Strategy and Public Affairs at the Canada Council for the Arts. This is an incredible opportunity for him, and it's a testament to his reputation and what he has achieved in Edmonton. On behalf of City Council and the people of Edmonton, I'd like to thank Sanjay for his many contributions to our city.
Thank you, Council Salvador, and thank you so much, Sanjay, for joining us and your contributions to Edmonton Arts Council and to the broader arts and cultural community of Edmonton. And wish you all the best in your new role. And I have no doubt that you will continue to advocate for our city in that new role, which is we're very excited about. And we'll see you in the evening at the celebration. Councillor Knack, you want to say a few words?
Yeah, just on the fly here. I know
Yeah, please.
occasionally, since I've had the chance to work with Sanjay since he started in 2016. I think and Councillor Salvador did a great job of summarizing things. But there were sort of two things I wanted to just highlight and really note my appreciation for Sanjay's work. Councillor Salvador talked on, and I think we should dig into it a little more about the, at times where arts are often the first thing to be sort of considered to not be funded. Sanjay worked hard to make sure that not only did they not get cut back in the city of Edmonton, but that we invested more into the arts, that we further supported the arts so that everyone across the city could take part in it. And this leads into the other piece that just really jumped out at me is that, I remember meeting, I think probably one of the first times, I think I told you, Sanjay, that, I don't consider myself like an arts guy. That's never been my specialty. But what I loved is how you came on board and you wanted to make sure that everyone across the city had the chance to be a part of this, to be able to experience it, and to not force everyone to have to, we want people downtown. There's a lot of great things happening downtown, but you didn't want everyone to have to come here to experience arts and culture. You wanted to make sure arts and culture went out to every part of the city, that people who wouldn't, consider themselves arts people like myself had a chance to partake in that world and learn and experience it. So I just wanted to offer a huge thank you, because I've seen the transformation in the city since you've come aboard over these last 8 years, and how I think there's a much greater appreciation, a much deeper understanding, and I think you've helped to reinforce why we need to continue to invest in the arts, why we need to continue to make sure that everyone has a chance to experience this. So it's been really fun to see our city evolve over the years, and through your leadership and through the leadership of the team that you've been working with for so many years as well. So thanks, Mayor. So I just wanted to offer a few quick words, and I'll also see you tonight when we celebrate. Thank you.
No, thank you, Councillor Knack. Sanjay, you want to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thank you, Councillor Salvador, Councillor Knack, all the other councillors. I will just say thank you to the city, to its people, and of course to council, because without you, we would not be where we are. I also want to say, in response to Mayor Sohi's comment, that I will take Edmonton with me into Ottawa. So that's going to make for a much better country. And we're going to be more inclusive. We're going to be more collaborative. And the Canada Council, which has a mandate of having the arts across the country, I'm going to use Edmonton and the fantastic welcome that I got here to make sure that every corner of this country has the arts present in their lives. So I just want to thank everyone for doing this, and thank you for allowing me to speak during a protocol item. I know it's not regular. So thank you. I will miss Edmonton a lot, but I will be back. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay, and once again, thank you so much for your dedication to Edmonton arts and culture, and looking forward to see you in the evening. I saw Chair Phil Powys raised the hand, so you want to say a few words, Christopher?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Sohi and the councillors, and Councillor El Salvador and Councillor Principe, as well Councillor Knack, for participating and working with us. Similar to what was said before, it's sort of a bittersweet situation of having Sanjay losing. However, I just wanted to add to it that I think that Ottawa needs more Edmonton. Okay, so, and I think this is an opportunity to do this. We would like to thank very much on behalf of the board for Sanjay for his tremendous effort, and I think there is a bit of significant wisdom in planning the Edmonton Arts in the context of the 10-year plan. This is an incredible accomplishment. It has this connections and exchange. It has been recognized for its trailblazing approach, and the city. I would like, on behalf of the board, to congratulate and thank the city for the continuing support, because it does really reflect the fact that this is not ad hoc. It's a long-term planning. It's a long-term commitment, long-term investment, and much of it would be easier to say what was not really revised or changed or not upgraded or renewed under Sanjay's leadership for the last 8 years. Almost everything has changed and changed into the positive. So once again, we thank Sanjay on behalf of the board, and also wanted to assure the city that, and the council, and that the Edmonton Arts Council and the board is going to rely heavily on a very well-established organization, and also continuing and pursuing the search for a replacement for Sanjay. So this is underway. And with that, once again, a big thank you from the board to the council, to the mayor. And losing Sanjay, he's leaving the arts in Edmonton in a much better position, a much better place. And once again, very much due to the support and the long-term planning. So thank you again.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your words with us, Christopher. Thank you. We're going to carry on with the rest of the business. See you in the evening. Next is I will do the explanation of public hearing process, and we'll call for person to speak. The clerk will call out the bylaws to be dealt with. I will call out the names of the people registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council members will select the bylaws that they wish to discuss and vote on the bylaw. Vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Those in favor will speak first in panels, followed by those opposed in panels. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions of those who presented in the response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function, as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. At this time, I'll ask clerk, may you please call the bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, bylaw 20715, to close a portion of 184th Street Southwest, Keswick? Item 3.2, bylaw 20716, to close portions of 184th Street Southwest, Keswick? Or item 3.3, bylaw 20717, to close portions of 184th Street Southwest, Keswick?
We have in favor Om Joshi to answer questions only, WSP Canada joining remotely. Well, everyone is joining remotely. Doug Vanderbrick to answer questions only, Rohit Communities, and Katrina Rowe to answer questions only, Kentiro. No one is in opposition.
And Mayor Sohi, can we just confirm that those three speakers
Oh,
are
yes.
on the line, please?
I will. I'll check. Om Joshi, are you there?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Doug Vanderbrick. Doug, are
Yes,
you
good
there?
morning, Mr. Mayor.
And Katrina?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Good. Thank you.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.4, Charter Bylaw 20718, to allow for a range of small-scale housing LCs?
We have in favor Katrina Rowe, already here. Elise Shillington to answer questions only, and Katrina is to answer questions only as well. Elise, you there?
Yes, good morning.
And Keith Davies to answer questions only from Stantec.
Hello, good morning.
Thank you, and no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.5, Charter Bylaw 20735, to allow for a range of small and medium-scale housing, Astor?
In favor, we have Christine Lee to answer questions only from Colico. Christine, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Good morning.
And we have Shane Giran to answer questions only from Colico. Shane, are you there?
I believe he's not here today.
Well, we'll call his name back if this item is selected. No one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.6, Charter Bylaw 20780, to allow for small-scale housing and conserve natural areas, LCs?
In favor, we have Elise Shillington to answer questions only from Kentiro. Elise is here. Katrina Rowe to answer questions only. Kentiro, Katrina is here as well. Keith Davies to answer questions only from Stantec. And Keith is here as well. Okay. And no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.7, Charter Bylaw 20714, to allow for a range of small-scale housing, Rosenthal?
In favor, we have Scott Labuke to answer questions only from Melcor. Scott, are you there?
Yes, here. Good morning.
Thank you. And Michaela Davies to answer questions only from Melcor. Michaela,
Yes, I'm here. Thank
there
you.
you are. And Katrin Chopka Beck to answer questions only from Arcadis.
Good morning.
Thank you. No one is in opposition.
Items 3.8, 3.9, 310, and 311 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.8, Bylaw 20697, to amend the Big Lake Area Structure Plan? Item 3.9, Bylaw 20698, to amend the Kinglet Gardens Neighborhood Structure Plan. Item 310, Bylaw 20750, to amend the North Saskatchewan River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, or 311, Charter Bylaw 20699, to preserve land within the North Saskatchewan River Valley and Ravine System, allow for a public park, a stormwater management facility, and a range of small-scale housing, Kinglet Gardens.
We have in favor Dylan Hunchak to answer questions only Ethan Properties. Dylan, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Huberman to answer questions only.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Keith Davies to answer questions only. Keith is here. Kevin Bacchus to answer questions only from Anthem Properties.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And we have one member in opposition, Eric Gormley from ERVCC.
Rich Nathan's too.
Yeah, hi, yeah,
There you are.
I'm here.
Thank you so much,
It's-
Eric. We'll come to you when the item is selected. Please carry on. Clerk.
Is there anyone to speak to item 312, Charter Bylaw 20778, to allow for smaller single parks and amenities and the protection of an abandoned well site, the Uplands?
We have in favor Christine Lee to answer questions only from Qualico, and no one is in opposition.
I'm here.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 313, Charter Bylaw 20779, to allow for a range of small and medium scale housing up to 14 meters in height to the uplands?
In favor, we have Holly Mickelson to answer questions only from Stantec. Holly, you there?
Yeah, good morning.
And PJ Pescott to answer questions only from Melcor.
PJ's not here today.
PJ is not joining us. And Scott Lebuc and Michaela Davis is already here from Melcor, and no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 314, Bylaw 20754, to amend the Edmonton Energy and Technology Park Area Structure Plan to add 16 hectares of land?
In favor, we have Janice Lee to answer questions only from City of Edmonton. Janice, you there?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 315, Bylaw 20777, to amend the Kinokamau Plains Area Structure Plan?
In favor, we have Karen Carr to answer questions only from WSP. Karen, you there? No. Carolyn Sherstone to answer questions only from WSP. Carolyn, you there? Brett Korobanic to answer questions only from Heidelberg Materials.
Yes, good morning.
Thank you. James Montgomery to answer questions only WSP.
Yes,
James,
good morning.
thank you. Corey De La Mayor to answer questions only WSP. Corey, you there? No. And Chuck McNutt to answer questions only WSP.
Yes, good morning.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 316, Charter Bylaw 20726, to allow for light industrial and a variety of commercial businesses? Ritchie.
In favor, we have Andrew Olson to answer questions only from EINS.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 317, Charter Bylaw 20713, to allow for large-scale mixed-use development, Central McDougall?
In favor, we have Sylvia Summers from Stantec. Sylvia, there?
I'm here, Mr. Mayor. I have a presentation if this item is selected for further discussion.
Okay. And Lindsay Hills to answer questions only Northwest Healthcare Properties. Lindsay Hills, you there?
Good morning, I'm here. Happy to answer questions if the item is selected.
Thank you. Vincy Wilson to answer questions only from Northwest Healthcare Properties.
Yes, I'm here. Also available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 318, Charter Bylaw 20560, to allow for medium-density residential development and open space, Blatchford?
In favor, we have Om Joshi to answer questions only. Om is already here. Tom Lumsden to answer questions only from City of Edmonton. Tom, you there?
Sorry, Tom had, he's away on vacation, and I think this registration might be from when it was initially scheduled in January.
No worries. Neil Upshall to answer questions only City of Edmonton.
Same for him, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Don Taylor to answer questions only WSP Canada Inc.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Thank you, and no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 319, Charter Bylaw 20756, to allow for medium-scale housing and larger-scale parks and amenities, Blatchford?
Om Joshi is here. In favor, Don Taylor to answer questions only WSP Canada Inc.
Likewise, Mr. Mayor, I'm registered to answer questions only.
Yeah, to answer questions only. Is Don Taylor joining us?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, there you are. You registered for the previous one. Sorry. Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, thank you. No one is in opposition.
Items 320 and 321 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 320, bylaw 20727, to amend the Central McDougall Queen Mary Park Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 321, charter bylaw 20728, to allow for temporary surface parking until December 31st, 2028, Central McDougall?
We have in favor Fabio Gorducci to answer questions only. Stantek. I know why it says Stantek. Shouldn't stay Stantek, but we'll correct that. Right? It should be the OEG. And Yolanda Liu from Fabio, you're there to answer questions only. And Yolanda Liu from Stantek to answer questions only.
Good morning. We also have presentations should the items be selected.
Yes, it will be selected because we have people in opposition as well. And Tim Shipton from to answer questions only, that'll be problem OAG as well, not Stantec. So we could make those corrections. Morning. Thank you. And in opposition, Michael Brown, Central McDougall Community League. Michael, you there? Warren Champion, Central McDougall Community League. Not yet. All right. Please carry on.
And Mayor Sohi, the organizations on the speakers list just reflect the information that we received in the registrations to speak. So just want to make sure that we have it correct for the minutes.
I'm going by my knowledge, so maybe we'll leave that to the registrants to make that correction. Okay, yeah, that'll be probably the right process.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, please carry on to the next one.
And is there anyone to speak to item 322, Charter Bylaw 20776, an administrative amendment to address errors in zoning bylaw 20001 that corrects the zoning of several sites from CG, General Commercial Zone, to CB, Business Commercial Zone, citywide?
We have no one in favor and no one in opposition. Okay, all right. Now we go to selections. Bylaws to be discussed. Exempted. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to select items 3.20 and 3.21.
3.20, 3.21. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll select items, I guess these are all together, 3.8, 3.9, 3.10, and 3.11.
Okay, 3.8, 9, 10, and 11. Okay. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I'd like to select 3.4, 3.5, and 3.6, please. I just have some questions on them.
3.4, 3.5, 3.6.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to select 3.14 and 3.22.
3.14 and 3.22, right? Last night?
Yes. Yeah, that's what.
Okay. Any other exemptions? So if not, I'll just go through the items that have been exempted. 3.4, exempted by Councillor Wright. 3.5, Councillor Wright. 3.6, Councillor Wright. 3.8, Councillor Knack. 3.9, 10, 11, they're all cross-referenced. 3.14 by Councillor Rice. 3.20 and 3.21, Councillor Stevenson. And 3.22, Councillor Rice. Good. All right. And I'll go to Councillor Cartmel for the balance.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi. I will move closure of the public hearing on items 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.7, 3.12, 3.13, 3.15, 3.16, 3.17, 3.18, 3.19.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We're just missing Councillor Jan's vote.
Councillor Jans. Okay. We mark him absent.
We have.
Oh, got him. We got him all. Okay.
We've marked him absent
Okay.
at this point.
Okay. Please display the votes. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 20715, Bylaw 20716, Bylaw 20717, Charter Bylaw 20714, Charter Bylaw 20778, Charter Bylaw 20779, Bylaw 20777, Charter Bylaw 20726, Charter Bylaw 20713, Charter Bylaw 20560, and Charter Bylaw 20756.
Second.
Okay. Please vote for the final readings.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. With that, we will go to first item selected, which is 3.4. And Councillor Wright, you selected this. Do you need a presentation from administration?
No presentation. I do just have some questions for the proponent.
Okay, well then we will go to questions to the proponent. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering, the current DC zone right now includes neighborhood parks. Will there be parks and other such amenities in what's being rezoned?
Good morning, Councilor Wright. Thank you for the question. That the uses within this zone, we're going to RSF. So what was proposed in the DC was single family homes. So we're continuing that. All the parks will be provided as per the NSP, which are not within these two zoning areas.
Okay, okay. And then I'm also wondering, so it's going to be, access will be granted from the rear alley. I know there's similar types of development in Laurel Green, I think it is, and that's part of a homeowners association. And I don't know if I can ask this question on a land use decision, but is that going to be considered? Because I know there's been some problems with the homeowners association in Laurel Green.
There's no homeowners association within the All Seas neighborhood.
Okay.
So access will just be provided via the lane.
Okay, and then as far as snow clearing and that of the laneway in the winter, that's I think a different level of service than for streets, right?
I believe so. That's perhaps a better question for administration, but these are public lanes, public alley standards. So those would be to the city of Edmonton.
I'm just wondering if that creates a concern as far as accessing it for the homeowners.
Right. This is a standard lane built to City of Edmonton standards. And then, of course, these homes also have a local roadway in the front. So primary vehicle access is from the lane, but there is also pedestrian access from the front local roadway.
Oh, pedestrian access? So like a pathway or?
Yep. So these homes front directly onto the local roadway, and they have rear garage access from the alley.
Oh, I see. Okay, so there's still a road in front that
Correct.
people can. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that clarifies a lot there for me. Okay, I have no other concerns. I'm ready to vote on this, and I do appreciate you reaching out earlier to see if I had any questions on it. But my understanding is that with public hearings, once it's on the agenda, the questions have to be asked in public. So.
Yep, fair enough. Appreciate the questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So that concludes the questions to the proponent. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions on the new information arising out of the previous conversation. Seeing none, Councillor Wright, are you ready to close the public hearing?
Yes, to close public hearing on item 3.4.
Okay.
Second.
Councillor Knack seconded. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'd like to move first reading on item 3.4.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Seeing none, Councillor Wright to close.
No, I do think this will be a good development in the area. That's all.
Thank you. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Oops, sorry, I moved second reading of item 3.14. Or sorry, 3.4.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And move consideration of item 3.4.
Second.
Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'd like to move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20718.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we will carry on to our next item, 3.5, Charter Bylaw 20735, to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing Esther, exempted by Councillor Wright. Do you need a presentation, Councillor Wright?
No, I don't, Mayor. So just some questions again.
To the proponent or?
To the, let me just double check. Yes, just to the proponent.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I guess I'm just concerned with some of the volume of traffic going, going down the street there at 17th Street. And I'm just wondering about the lights at 19th Ave or Astor Boulevard.
Good morning.
When will those be going in?
Yep. So right now we do have a upgrade done to 17th Street. So that's going to be completed in 2024. That's from 23rd Avenue up to Silverberry Road. We are also currently doing commencing design and preparing to commence design for Silverberry Road up to Tamarack Gate as well for 17th Street.
Okay, Silverberry Road up to Tamarack Gate. But I'm wondering about the intersection at 19th Ave or Astor Boulevard.
Astor Boulevard. Yes, I believe that one we will be talking to city administration for that one, and then we will be going with the standards.
And what are the standards? I'm concerned because there was a fatality there last year, and it's become quite a busy road to get in and out of. With all the development going on in the area, and I'm just concerned that with further development, it's just going to exacerbate the problem.
Yes, we will be talking to administration. We will also be looking at as to the standards, as well as we will be looking into the traffic control for that area as well. Right now, I'm not too sure what the plan is for that specific intersection. I believe that will be a condition of subdivision. At the time of subdivision, we will be looking into that intersection as well.
And any timeline on that?
Subdivision is currently in right now, and we were also doing engineering. We will be referring, if I think this would be a better question for administration as to the time for that.
Okay, I will ask them then as well. And so as part of the rezoning for the PSN zone, it talks about the needs such as pocket parks and greenways, and I'm just wondering what sort of amenities are being considered for that.
For the greenway, we are currently proposing a walkway that goes through that area. And then in terms of planting, will be most likely low maintenance planting that will go through that area as well.
And the pocket parks, are they just going to be merely playgrounds, or are they going to accommodate a wider demographic? I'm thinking benches, canopied areas.
Yep, so that's all part of subdivision conditions, and we will be, I believe we were already conditioned for those already, so we will be putting in mostly green spaces that are for the area.
Okay, and I was going to ask about the anticipated timing of transit and whatnot, but I think that's a little far into the future to be considered at this time, and that would be more for administration, I think.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so maybe if I think that's all the questions that I had for you, maybe I will, if I could just ask a couple of questions of administration in regards to the standards for the traffic lights.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Right, so that concludes the questions to the proponent.
Yes.
I don't see any other questions, so you want to ask questions to admin on the light?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, please.
So to administration, what are the standards and when can we expect to see traffic lights at that location of 19th Ave and 17th Street?
Councillor, the standard practice is to condition traffic signals as part of the subdivision approval, as mentioned by the proponent. And then subsequent to that, timings of signals are dependent on traffic counts that are done, and city has certain standards in terms of traffic volumes. Once we reach those thresholds, then traffic signals get installed. Just on a side note, these signals are going to be funded by the developer and are part of the ERA contribution.
Okay, and then So what is that threshold for traffic volumes and where are we at right now?
I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but 17th Street, I'll just looking at the area, quite a lot of development has occurred. So I would say if not imminent, but for sure in a couple of years. But we can confirm that with your office if that's okay.
A couple of years? Yeah, as mentioned, like I said, there was a fatality at that intersection, and I just hate that we always seem to be reactive, even though 2 years is a really slow reaction. And just wondering, I mean, traffic volumes have increased substantially. That Qualico is already widening 17th Street further north of that intersection, and even when we reach these thresholds, it's not an automatic trigger that the lights go in. It's just that, they should consider putting them in. Is that correct?
So we have refined that process quite a bit in terms of being a bit more proactive, and it doesn't really, the start of the process is not necessarily once we hit the threshold, rather it is proactively conditioned with the subdivision and traffic monitored as we approve developments. But as I said, we can confirm that the exact timings. I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay, because that is really causing concern for me to approve further development if we aren't going to be able to manage the traffic coming out of that area, and that seems to be a problem all along east of 17th Street.
So in terms of the current zoning or the zoning in front of us, it will take time to develop as well. And if the signals are warranted today, then definitely the signals will be installed way before these subdivisions get built and actually occupied.
Okay, and okay, so, and I think Elise had mentioned that the subdivision application is already in, is that right?
That's my understanding as well.
And we don't have a date or update on where that is in the process?
I think that's more for the applicant. Typically, we have I believe 80 days timeline to provide subdivision approval. So I believe applicant would be in a better position to tell where the process is.
Okay. Well, apparently they weren't able to tell me. Okay. I am hesitant on approving this myself or voting in favor of it. I see that Councillor Principe is on the board for questions. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question. It's kind of reminds me of an area in the ward I represent, 167 Avenue and 66th Street. And the design there is calling for a traffic circle. And the reasons being that I was told is because it's less costly, it increased safety, and it's better traffic flow. Has that been considered in this area?
Not at this location. As part of the concept planning work, that must have been looked at as part of what works best depending on the volumes and other design considerations. So the short answer is no. This entire corridor does have signals. This intersection, 23rd Avenue, and other intersections to the north as well.
Yeah, and 167 Avenue and 66th Street is the same design. There are no traffic circles down those ways. I'm just trying to understand, like, when do we decide traffic circle? When do we decide lighted intersection?
Councillor, it will be difficult to wrap that up in next minute or so, it is, as mentioned, it is based on, first and foremost, a lot of technical considerations, design elements, context, connectivity, traffic volumes, travel patterns. The list is long in order to get to the determination whether roundabout in certain situations is workable, better option than a signalized intersection. And that's why you see a combination of both. You won't see roundabouts at all arterials, but then some do have, and in other cases we don't.
Okay. Councillor Wright mentioned about safety concerns, and one of the reasons of the traffic circle, I was told, is it increases safety. So I was just wondering if, since it's a concern of the councillor, I was just wondering if that was something that could be considered.
So the question is to consider a roundabout at this location?
Well, just because I've heard that this is an area, a concern area. I mean, we're all concerned about safety, of course, but certain intersections, I guess, have a higher rate of concerns, and that's why if this specific intersection is a safety concern, if past history of concerns in this area, just wondering the reasoning why a roundabout was not decided for this location. But I'll just yield the rest of my time. I see other councillors.
Councillor, I can confirm, just got the information right here. The agreement for signals is in place, and the installation is likely this year.
For this site?
For this intersection in question.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'm going to follow up on that last statement. Who's paying for that?
This is a developer-funded signal.
So how come when Councillor Wright asked questions to the applicant, they said that this happens in the subdivision and did not have that identified as an area of work? They mentioned many other upgrades, but they did not mention this intersection. And in fact said that they still needed to work with city administration on this one. So it's confusing messaging. Any comments on that to city administration?
What I can offer is a number of subdivisions, whoever comes first, and if we see an upgrade that's needed for the area, that subdivision gets conditioned. And if a number of times Colico may have multiple subdivisions running simultaneously. So I think this would be they can confirm which subdivision has that condition in place. But it's not unusual to have multiple subdivisions having similar requirement. Whoever goes first and sign the agreement and execute, that's the owner or proponent who will be executing and implementing that condition.
Yeah, I guess it's just, listening to the ward councillor asking questions and being told there's no details, and then being told it's being installed this year is confusing. And I think what I'm hearing is I understand that, there's subdivisions, before there's actually people living in houses, there's this intersection. But I guess it's also about the standards and what kind of safety measures are going to be at this intersection is what I'm hearing as a concern from the ward councillor. So I guess even though, right now we're looking at the rezoning, what, as a council, can we be assured that administration will take away from this conversation for this intersection going forward?
Councillor, just to reiterate, it's Travis here. As Mr. Saeed said, the
intersection signaling has been conditioned through an existing subdivision and is scheduled to be installed this year to be paid by Qualico. Through the development process, there's a balancing act of when the improvements are required and that those decisions are made through technical analysis in terms of when traffic generation is expected to come online. It's not an exact science, so to speak. There is some art. Sometimes stages go faster than others, which is why you see some potential bottlenecks in some places. However, that overall concept, and as development proceeds, that full picture in terms of all of the improvements are required as that development builds out. So there is a number of checks and balances through the subdivision and design process to ensure that adequate infrastructure and safety measures are put in place as the neighborhood is built out.
Sorry, can I just jump in quickly here?
I'm sorry,
no, you cannot.
sorry, Christine. We will come back to you
Okay.
under new information if there are questions to you from council members.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sohi. I think, okay, I will yield my time here. I guess just one final question I have is I know whenever there's a fatality due to Vision Zero, there's always sort of an assessment of that. So are there any measures that are being specifically installed at that intersection as a result of the Vision Zero review?
Councillor, this intersection was built as per the standards. I think the next logical improvement at this intersection is to signalize it. As far as Vision Zero is concerned, if they typically also are part of the design process, and they have vetted the design of this intersection. It will not be prudent to do some temporary measures when we know that a permanent measure is on the horizon. So that's what I would offer here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Mr. Mayor, may I move a second round?
I'm going to ask Councillor Wright if she has questions to administration or further questions to administration or new information, Councillor Wright?
Further questions to administration, and then I'll move on to new information.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, may I move a second round?
Yeah, please.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Travis, you'd mentioned that some stages go faster than others. And it's true because the development that has gone on recently is not reflected in the aerial picture that's provided in the report. There's a lot more development that's gone on than what's shown here, and I'm just wondering how current are these photos provided? Is it just off of Google Maps, or is there drone footage that's done, or?
So those aerial photos are taken off of our SLIM mapping system, which are updated roughly once or twice a year. We don't use those to judge the development progression. For every application and stage of application, we require, for instances of traffic analysis, we require TIAs that are updated continually, which then further inform what sort of conditions are put on each of the stages, so that those can be sequentially added as development does progress, and it is definitely more real time than any aerial photo that's on the council reports.
Okay, but just, I guess, for the benefit of my colleagues that don't necessarily come out to Southeast Edmonton to see, to get a better idea of the development that has occurred. yeah, it'd be nicer if we could have some more up to date. And for myself in other areas of the city that maybe I don't frequent as much, not knowing what the development is. And then just in regards to the roundabouts, because I had asked about this in previous public hearings as to what considerations are made, and I was told at the time, I think it was by Mr. Laughlin that their land use is also a consideration, that it takes more land to do a roundabout than it does for just a straight four-way intersection. Is that right?
Yes, that is one of the many considerations.
Okay, and looking at the area as it is right now, I don't think in this case there would be enough land available to do a roundabout.
So, Councillor, 17th Street concept planning has already been done, which is, and it is slated for a 4-lane divided roadway, which is a 37-meter road right-of-way. And so that will happen once the development progresses. So whether that area is good enough for a roundabout, I cannot give a yes or no answer without seeing the design details.
Okay. Okay, I guess. Okay, I'm really pinning my hopes on this. The developer funded lights will go in this year, and I'm done questions of administration. I'll just go back to the proponent when I'm able. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if there are any questions from council members on new information arising out of the previous conversation. So with that, I'll go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I guess back to Christine. So the new information now that I'm hearing is that the lights aren't a condition of a subdivision approval that's in process, but it's part of the existing subdivision that's already been approved.
Correct. Yes, I've been looking at a subdivision done before my time here, and it looks like we were conditioned for a signal on 19th, I believe, 17th Street. We also recently just cut a check to the 16th Avenue signal as well, so that will hopefully alleviate some concerns.
Okay, and yes, I realized that went in there, I think, just before year end, because on the safe crossings update that I received, I think at the end of 2022, that both 16th Avenue and 19th Avenue were being considered for, or I guess had been approved for signals. In one of them in 2023 and the other one in 2024. So can you ease my concerns at all that we will get something in there this year? Because, yeah, I am concerned about any further development in that area without having, proper access in and out and in a safe way.
Yes, as for right now, 16th Avenue, that's traffic pavement was given to the city, and so that's under operations right now. So I think as for timing, that would be a question directed towards administration.
No, that traffic light is up and running as of the end of 2023 on 16th Ave. My concern is the one on 19th Ave where the fatality occurred.
Sorry, it's Councillor Right. I do not have the information for that right now.
Okay, I thought you said that your records showed that that was approved.
Approval stage 1. Yes, that one was conditioned with the subdivision, and believe we are currently working with city administration on that right now.
But you can't.
I can provide an update. I can just connect with my team and provide you an update on that signal.
Before I have to vote on this? Because I really don't want to approve further development until I can be assured that will be a safe intersection for people to, not only to cross as pedestrians, but for making left turns into the development, into the area, making left turns out of the development to take 17th Street out on, out to get to the Henday.
Right. In terms of timing, I believe city administration would have a better timing on that.
So I think what Councillor Wright, what we can do, maybe we can pause this here, go to the next item. In the meantime, administration can give a call to more people who are more in the operations, right? So find out the timelines for the installation of that light.
Okay, yeah, I would appreciate that because my vote would hinge on information as to assure me that's going to be a safe crossing.
Okay, so what would be the process that we pause this item here, go to the next one? Can we table it? Okay. Councillor Knack, can you?
Sure, I'll move to postpone this to the I don't know if I want to say
Well,
last
maybe,
one.
I think information will be readily available. We'll come back to after we have done with 3.6.
Perfect, I'll move that then, that we come back to it after item 3.6.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, next 3.6, Charter Bylaw 20780 to allow for small-scale housing and conserve natural areas, LCs. Councillor Wright, you exempted this. Do you have a question? Do you need a presentation from administration?
I'm just wondering if I should select a presentation from administration to give them more time to find the answers on 3.5. So yes, I'd like a presentation, please.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone sites in the Alcis neighborhood from the Agriculture Zone AG to the RSF Small Scale Flex Residential Zone and the Natural Area Zone NA. This would allow for the development of small scale residential development up to 3 stories in height and preserve a portion of a natural area. Next slide, please. The site is located on the edge of the Alcis neighborhood and backs onto Anthony Henday Drive. The area primarily consists of undeveloped agricultural land and is surrounded by farmland, homesteads, and a natural area to the east. Various forms of low and medium density residential development are designated in the area of the Alcis neighborhood, including a future school site to the south and more natural areas to the southeast connected via a network of parks. Next slide, please. As part of public engagement for this application, notices were sent to surrounding residents and the Horizon Community League. Information was also made available on the city's website and no comments were received. Next slide, please. The planned land uses conforms with the Alcis neighborhood structure plan, as the NSP designates this site as low-density residential, which is intended to allow for a variety of housing types. The proposed natural area zone also ensures that the remainder of the adjacent natural area to the east is preserved in accordance with the plan. This proposal also aligns with the city plan by accommodating all future growths for an additional 1 million people within Edmonton's existing boundaries. Next slide, please. In closing, administration supports this application because it provides the opportunity for more diverse housing types, aligns with the existing policies of the Alcis neighborhood, and it conforms with the city plan policies for developing new neighborhoods. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor, you have questions to administration?
I'm just, when I go onto Google Maps and I look for the Alsace neighborhood, it shows like out of the boundary is that sort of, I don't know if that's just a natural pond or wetland or slough in the top right-hand corner of this area. Is that part of the Alsace neighborhood or not? Because on what you're showing in the presentation that it is part of.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. The water body you were referring to on the presentation is part of the rezoning area.
Okay, so that, okay. But, and the only, it's just the very top little corner that, that's adjacent to the, looks like a bit of a ravine or natural parkland. That's what we're looking at rezoning, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And there's no other, I'm again concerned with traffic. There's no other traffic in or out in that, or is there a range road that goes north-south?
So, Councillor, in terms of this zoning, there will be an access through a collector roadway that will connect all the way to 34th Street.
Okay.
That is the first phase of providing access to this area. Subsequent to that, there will be an extension of Ellerslie Road, which currently is upgraded all the way up to Charlesworth. That extension will occur as the development progresses.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all the questions I had on this. Oh, I did have one other. In the presentation, you mentioned that you reached out to Horizons Community League, but I think in the report it says the Meadows.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. That might have been a discrepancy in the report.
Okay, so, but it was Horizons because they are
Yes.
closer. Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, because then I was wondering why not Laurel, because they're even closer than the Meadows. Okay, that's all I have, and I have no questions for the proponent on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So no questions to the proponent. Any questions on new information that isn't out of the previous conversation? Seeing none, are we ready to close the public hearing?
Yes, ready to close public hearing on, whoops. Close public hearing on Charter Bylaw 20780.
Second.
Councillor Knack.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'd like to move first reading on item 3.6.
Second.
Oh, Councillor Tang, thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'd like to move second reading on item 3.6.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'd like to move consideration for third reading on item 3.6.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'd like to move third and final reading on Charter Bylaw 20780.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, we can confirm that Colico, one of the subdivisions for Colico is conditioned with the installation of signals. The actual.
So I'll come back then.
Yeah.
You have the answers, so I'll come back. Okay, we're back on the, we're back on item 3.5. And Councillor Wright, you wanna, what is re-ask the right word? You wanna ask your question again?
I will restate my question. Thank you very much, Mayor Sohi, as to when we can expect signalization of that intersection on 17th Street and Astor Boulevard.
So the intersection is a condition, signalization of that intersection is a condition for Colico's subdivision. We are still waiting to get the exact timings for when that installation is planned for. We have reached out to traffic operations, just waiting for their response at the moment.
Okay, so I still don't have any definite timeline on this. Can I request postponement of the item until after?
Maybe we'll go to the proponent, they may have information on this, right? So maybe, you wanna ask new information to proponent?
To the proponent, do you have any new information to share as to the timing of signalization at 17th Street and Astor Boulevard?
Through to Councillor Wright, we do not. So right now, Qualico has already financed for this section of road. For the signalization, we are just waiting for the city to give us notice to provide the payment for the commencement of that signalization.
And even though if payment is remitted, that still doesn't guarantee the timing as to when that would go in, correct?
Correct. As for the timing, that it will fall back onto city administration. That is out of our control over here. I believe the city is responsible for the engineering as well as the construction of that intersection.
Okay, and I can't get a specific timeline from our administration on that, or we're just waiting to hear from it from traffic operations, is it?
Yeah, that's what,
Okay.
But I think we need to carry on with this, right? So we haven't got the answer so far, so, you can vote whichever way you wanna vote.
Okay, okay, I cannot support this, so.
No, well, you can speak to that when it comes to that.
Okay.
Okay, so we
All
have,
right.
so that concludes the questions to the proponent. Any additional new information from council members? Okay, seeing none, can someone move the closing of the public hearing on this one, please?
I will move closure of item 3.5.
Second.
Okay, good. Please vote.
And Mayor, just to clarify, even though I'm
Sorry.
moving,
Just hold on. Let me vote. Let us vote on the closing the public hearing.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Is it?
Okay, so question before I.
So quite my understanding would be that if you move the readings of the bylaw, then you cannot vote against the bylaw.
Okay, so I
right?
will leave it at that. Thank you.
Am I? No?
It's recommended against. So
It's
I'll
recommended.
move.
Okay.
So I'll move first reading of item 3.5.
Okay. Need a seconder? Okay. That's 3.5. Sorry.
I'll second.
Second, Councillor Tang. Okay, we have first reading on the floor now. At this time to speak, Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Without knowing any full details on when we can expect signalization of the intersection at 17th Street and Astor Boulevard, I cannot provide support to this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone to, sorry, Councillor Knack to close?
No, thank you.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of item 3.5.
Okay,
Second.
please vote.
Apologies, my screen just crashed. I'll be a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Okay, that is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading on item 3.5.
Okay, please vote for consideration.
Second.
Sorry, point of order.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
Can I ask a quick question on this?
On consideration, yes.
Because I know it requires unanimous consent. If it was voted no, would that give administration and the proponent time to answer the councillor's question?
They'll be brought back in 2 weeks or next council.
Next public hearing?
I would just advise that if it didn't go forward on consideration and we were, it came back in 2 weeks, if we wanted further information, we would have to advertise and reopen the public hearing.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. So you can't.
Okay, okay. No, that's good to know. Okay, thanks. That helps inform my decision.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
All right. Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes, Mayor Sohi.
Display the votes, please. Consideration is denied. Councillor Jans, you were voting against consideration?
No, I made a mistake. You can resend the vote.
Okay, can you please resend the vote? Okay, please vote.
We're just missing your vote, Mayor Sohi. And we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third reading of Charter Bylaw 20735.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Tank. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. So that will 3-4, 3-5, 3-6. We are on to bylaw 20697 to amend Big Lake area structure plan and bylaw 20698 to amend the Kinglet Gardens neighborhood structure plan exempted by Councillor Knack. There's no one in opposition and
There is, Mayor.
there
Mayor
is
Sohi,
now.
So
3.8.
3.8, yeah.
Yes, there is, absolutely. Yep. Okay, we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. This application is located in the northwest corner of Kinglet Gardens neighborhood in northwest Edmonton. The application consists of a rezoning, plan amendments to the Big Lake Area Structure Plan, Kinglet Gardens Neighborhood Structure Plan, and the North Saskatchewan River Valley and Ravine System Area Redevelopment Plan. The proposed rezoning is from the Agricultural, or AG, zone to the River Valley, or A, Neighborhood Parks and Services, or PSN, Public Utility, or PU, and the Small Scale Flex Residential, or RSF zones. And it marginally adjusts the North Saskatchewan River Valley and Ravine System Protection Overlay. Next slide, please. The rezoning area is centrally located in the Kinglet Gardens neighborhood east of 231st Street Northwest, near the boundary of the city. The Big Lakes area is part of the North Saskatchewan River Valley and Ravine System. The northeastern portion of the Kinglet Garden, east of the rezoning area, is in various stages of development. Edmonton Transit Service operates on-demand transit to the Big Lakes area and the developed sections of the Kinglet Garden neighborhood. On-demand transit is available east of the rezoning area near the intersection of Winterburn Road, or 215th Street Northwest, and Kinglet Boulevard Northwest. Next slide, please. Improvements to the transportation network include the extension of Kinglet Drive with temporary connection to 231st Street west of this rezoning, and extensions of the active modes network, including shared pathways along the top of Bank, the Stormwater Pond, collector roadway, and pathways within the neighborhood. To facilitate safe crossings of Kinglet Drive for active modes users, safe crossing infrastructure will be incorporated as shown in the purple. Next slide, please. The amendments to the ASP and NSP consist of the deletion of a small natural area, a pipeline right-of-way, and a commercial site, the reconfiguration of a stormwater management facility and a park, as well as an increase to the amount of land designated for road circulation and residential. The Neighborhood Structure Plan Amendment also increases the amount of land designated as street-oriented residential and amends this classification to include a variety of small-scale residential typologies that require a lane. It also reduces the density in this designation from 45 to 40 units per net residential hectare to acknowledge the introduction of these additional small-scale housing typologies. Next slide, please. The amendment to the ARP aligns a portion of the titled parcel within the Kinglet Gardens neighborhood to the North Saskatchewan River Valley and Ravine System Protection Overlay, proposed as part of the rezoning amendment that is contained with this neighborhood. The information used to delineate this is based on a recent survey and has more detail than what was originally available. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning aligns with the associated plan amendments, and the PU zone will accommodate the resized stormwater management facility. The A zone will protect the land within the boundary of the North Saskatchewan River Valley ARP and overlay, and the PSN zone will accommodate a public park. The RSF zone will allow for the development of various small-scale housing types, including those with lane access. The proposed zoning and amendments align with the goals and policies of the city plan to accommodate all future growth for an additional 1 million people within Edmonton's existing boundaries. Next slide, please. Administration reached out with the advance notices and used the city's webpage. 2 responses with questions were received. However, neither were concerned with the proposal. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that this be approved because it facilitates development with the Kinglet Gardens neighborhood and contributes to Edmonton's growth to 1.25 million, provides the opportunity for housing diversity and open space. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Scott Buick and Michaela Davies. No, sorry, hold on. Here. Yeah. The Dylan Hunjak to answer questions only, Mark Huberman to answer questions only, Keith Davies to answer questions only, Kevin Bookcast to answer questions only. Would any of them would like to make a presentation?
Mr. Mayor, we don't have a presentation, just give your questions only.
No worries. So at this time, we will go to a member of public registered in opposition, Eric Gormley, ERVCC, joining us remotely.
Just speak.
Okay. Can you just give me 1 second? I'm having a hard time
Ask if they can hear the.
Yeah, is this coming through or is this?
We can hear you very clearly.
Is there an echo at all?
No, not at all. We can hear you very clearly.
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Eric Gormley, and I am representing ERVCC. And our goal is to retain wetland number 11. Yeah, part of this discussion includes removing a wetland from the Kinglet Garden area, and ERVCC believes this wetland should be retained. This wetland is known as W11, and you can see a picture of it here. It's a small kettle depression, part of which is aspen. Down to the left there is willow, mosses. There's wild roses, other shrubs, in addition to some wetland kinds of plants like cattails. Next slide, please. Kinglet Gardens is in the Big Lake area. Big Lake is considered one of the 20 most important areas for birds in Alberta. And because of the importance of this area, extensive environmental studies were carried out in 2014 and again in 2016 by different consultants. I'd like to also point out that the Big Lake area was also considered as an area for a national urban park status at one time. Okay, and next slide, please. Both reports, both environmental reports, one done in 2014 and 2016 by different consultants, concluded that wetland number 11 should be retained. Okay, next slide, please. The 2000 report advocated for this because W11 is an important part of an existing wildlife corridor shelter belt. It's a stepping stone to a larger natural area. And also as a wetland, it acts as a sponge in extreme weather conditions. Okay, next slide, please. So the 2016 environmental report, there were quite a few wetlands in this area, and many have been removed. The 2016 report notes that W11 is worthwhile as a stepping stone and as a wetland. Okay, and next slide, please. And this is Seasonal Pond. The 2016 report classifies this as a Class 3 natural feature, with 1, I guess, being the lowest class and number 5 being the highest. Okay, and next slide, please. You can see W11 at the bottom and N2, which is a larger natural area at the top. The 3 small wetlands have been removed, and I guess you could say already sacrificed for development. So it's worthwhile keep this one. Okay, next slide, please. So W11, you can see it bulging out at the bottom. And that blue line is a shelter belt of trees, which is a wildlife corridor. And I think the idea is to connect W11 up to N2 in the top to that larger natural area. And there is some, I think, a plan afoot to actually put a shared use pathway from W11 going north up into the N2 area. Both the 2014 and 2016 reports make reference to W11 being a good jumping off point for connecting the tree shelter belt to the larger natural area. There is evidence of browsing of shrubs in W11.
Mr. Mayor,
So
I'm
it's a
sorry. I
food
think we're out of
source.
time.
Yep.
Am I out of time?
Yep. How many slides you have left? Sorry.
Sorry.
How many slides you have left?
I just have.
Well, maybe maybe question.
I can go through them very quickly.
Well, we're going to stop here, so we'll come back. Maybe members of council can ask you questions on that. So with that,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, don't go away. Don't go away. There might be questions from council members.
Apologies, Mayor Sohi, we did have an additional speaker
On this too?
register on this. Item 3.9 is included in this.
Okay, can you please read the name of the, who's the additional speaker is?
It's Nathan Binema.
Nathan Benema,
I believe
okay, will
they're
be
with
added
us.
to item
We
3.9.
can't hear the echo.
Okay. Okay,
You're doing great.
got it, okay. Okay, so we will go, at this time, we'll go to Speaker Nathan Benemas.
Just say thanks in the line coming.
Nathan Benemas? Are you there?
I think it's possible that he's not coming.
Okay, we'll call again. If Nathan Benemas?
We did receive a registration from Nathan this morning.
Yeah.
But if they're not available to speak.
Okay, no worries. At this time, we'll go to questions to members of the public. Any questions to the members of the public? Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Thanks for the presentation. So I just want to get a sense of, except I think they're there, so maybe the speaker's looking to join, so maybe I'll wait to ask questions.
Okay, I'll call again if Nathan Benemes.
Yeah, yes, I'm
Okay, there you are. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Okay, I was signed up sort of as the alternative speaker for the presentation that that Eric was presenting on. That was already received by, or yeah, like you've seen part of. So I think the slideshow was a couple of slides ahead of where Eric was speaking at the end. But yeah, maybe what I can add there is that just that we think it would be valuable to retain the wetland in the development plan. It's natural areas can actually increase property values. They improve, the ability to orient and navigate in a neighborhood, and they're also they're interesting to design around, and yeah, as Eric said, both the 2014 and 2016 environmental reports recommended retaining it. This was before we declared a climate emergency. We know the value of wetlands. We know we've lost a few in that area. So we're not really against passing this whole big bundle of things. It's we'd just like to see an amendment that retains the wetland, maybe enhances it and considers the connectivity for wildlife through that area.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll stop there.
Good. Thank you, Nathan. Now questions. Councillor Knack?
I guess not anymore because they managed to finish their presentation. So
Okay.
I'll just ask similar questions of admin. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Now we'll go to questions to administration. If both of the speakers could please mute yourself, would appreciate. Okay. Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. So I guess we'll ask there because I remember they were referencing environmental reports for 2014 and 2016. We approved the NSP in 2016, which talked about further studies. So I guess that's going to be my first question is what kind of follow-up information do you have since the 2016 report? Because obviously you've made a recommendation, you haven't recommended this being retained. What came to that? What was the rationale for not retaining this any further?
The previous ENR actually assumed that there would be drainage provided from other areas, which have since been amended. So unfortunately, the connectivity was more limited than anticipated. The 2016 and previous recommendation had that lens of opportunities for restoration and building on those stepping stones. But it wasn't because of a high value of this particular wetland or because it was a high value for any particular species. A class 3 wetland is essentially a seasonal pond. So it does come and go that way. But the wetland, it was very small and it wasn't deemed viable at the end when the further studies were completed.
Okay, and so ultimately, since we've approved this NSP and since those other studies, you've determined that this is a site that, because there's been a lot in Big Lake that we have retained, so I guess I just want to maybe dig into that. So when we think about everything that has been retained in Big Lake, I mean, we did a underpass solely for wildlife because of the importance of some of this area, and so is it just that you talked about this being essentially a seasonal pond versus the other parts, and maybe I'm not an expert in this, so any other knowledge you can impart upon me to help me better understand that would be appreciated.
Absolutely, yeah. We've added other areas in, but also it's just really important to recognize that W11 was really ranked as poorly suitable for habitat and wildlife. There was no real unique features for this one. It had low potential for rare species. So it wasn't considered one of the most important. And again, with the previous changes that were approved, it was no longer viable to really keep that as an option.
Okay. And so I guess, because we've got the pipeline running through just on the other side of it, or the utility corridor, I guess, is what we have there. That'll be retained as a sort of a green belt, if you will. So I guess, what I'm thinking about is that the movement of wildlife, they would potentially be using that space. This connects into some of the other connection points. So again, just thinking out loud, not being an expert in this space, is that it's not like there isn't other green space in and around this area that would connect wildlife. So the question would be solely, is there something specifically unique, which you've suggested there's not, to retaining that wildlife aren't going to be uniquely using that area that they couldn't be using in the spot in further to the north, something like that. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's correct. And there's other mitigating methods that are being used for the connectivity. And again, there's additional plantings that are being planned to, again, accommodate more of that.
Okay. Okay, I think those are my questions. I see some of my colleagues, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Mayor Sohi's just stepped away for a couple minutes, so I'll step in as a deputy mayor. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Chair Tang. Yeah, I want to pick up on the network as well, because when I look at the map in Appendix 6, it looks like in the original NSP, it's a bigger habitat that includes and connects this W11. And then in the one before us today, it's kind of cut off. So I guess I'm wondering, like, wouldn't more be better than less? Like, I don't understand why this isn't viable.
Thank you for the question. The Upland Stepping Stone, using this for wildlife traveling to and from 231st Street, really with the inclusion of the plantings, there's no functional difference between the intra connectivity that's expected in this particular corridor with the removal of W11.
Okay, and you said, so that there was studies in 2016, and then you said there was decisions that were made that changed the drainage to this area. Did I understand that correctly in your response to Councillor Knack?
The areas that were to be contributing to this have been changed. So the assumptions of where the water, from the water, there's other contaminants that we can control for, but so it does restrict what kind of contributing areas can deal with that. But for more information on that, I could also pass it off to our drainage colleagues if there's some additional information that can be provided on the source.
Yeah, and I just recognize that my clock is still on council.
No, we'll keep on going, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay.
Oh, that's Councillor Knack's clock.
So yes, I just be curious, because this is where sometimes I feel like the reason I'm digging into this is because we make decisions at public hearing, and I've felt this tension before, and then it has downward impacts that we might not be aware of. So I guess I want to learn, I use this as a lesson learned, like what decisions were made previously that affected the drainage and made this area not viable. And it's not a blame game. I'm just for my own like understanding, so that as I'm going forward into this space, I'm looking for these things.
Councillor, Jatinder Tiwana here. The drainage plan is prepared after the decision is made on the retention of wetlands. So if a wetland is to be retained, we can only send quality water to it, which does not have any contaminants in it. So essentially, we are restricted to the water which would have low opportunity of getting contaminants mixed with it. An example would be back of yard drainage. And then overall, we go through a process of determining the pre and post development flows for a day-to-day rain, so that it is viable in the long term as it functioned prior to the development happening around it.
I don't know if that answered my question. I apologize. So we approve the NSP, then drainage plans are done, and then it was assessed that there was no way to mitigate a lack of contaminants to this area.
I don't have the specific approvals or the specific amendments that were done in front of me, but I do see that we've amended it in 2020, 2021 3 times. So there's been 4 amendments to this plan specifically, and those each would have had a review from the drainage perspective as well as from open space prior to those recommendations coming in. So it's referenced in the ENR, but I don't have that level of detail in front of me. I'm sorry, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, so I think my request, I guess, to administration would be that you send my office those previous changes to the NSP from 2020 and 2021. It's not going to affect the decision today in front of us, but I would like to do a little bit of retroactive review on this this item.
Absolutely happy to do that. Thank you, Councillor.
I yield my time. Mayor, or not, Deputy Mayor Tang.
I'm back. Thank you, Councillor.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Sohi.
Perfect, thanks.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much.
Just wanted to circle back to ensure I'm sort of understanding. So sort of the ecological functions of the current wetland will be present in the new stormwater management facility?
That is correct.
Great. And then we have those additional pieces to support with the ecological connectivity as outlined.
Yes.
Great. So then, the only other question I had, which is hasn't been the topic so far this morning, just the loss of the commercial space. Just wondering if there was context around that, how we consider that in terms of complete communities, at the same time recognizing that there are more commercial opportunities now in our new zoning bylaw. Just any thoughts from administration on that?
Yeah, that was one of the considerations when we were doing the evaluation, and it was considered again within, does it meet the established 15-minute communities, and it really was felt there was. The level of market available just wasn't there to support the additional community, or the additional commercial. And then again, with the additional availability or opportunities within the residential neighborhoods and mixed use, we felt that it was adequate.
Okay, yeah, and it does seem like there's a mixed use site quite in close proximity to this one. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to confirm that had been assessed, so appreciate that feedback. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Okay, so this concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions, any new information arising out of previous conversation. Those questions could be to the proponent, members in community members in opposition, or to administration. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I guess just to Mr. Gormley, based on what you heard from responses. So what we're hearing from administration is that this particular section of wetland is no longer viable, and we can debate whether, the decisions that led up to this are unfortunate. I just wanted to get your thoughts on what you heard from administration, or any historical context you'd like to provide to me arising from the responses from administration.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks for the question. There's a mature stand of trees there. It's a healthy looking stand. It provides a little bit more connectivity between the shelter belt of trees and that big area to the north. So it's not just drainage that we're talking about, but it's wildlife connectivity. And when you think about all the different environmental reports that were done, and the reason for that was just because it's such an important environmental area, the Big Lake area. So I think you need to look at more than just drainage. It's wildlife connectivity. It's a stepping stone. And it just doesn't make it much sense to eliminate that particular wetland when there were two major reports done in 2014 and 2016 recommending that it be retained, when quite a few other wetlands were removed.
Yeah, what do you say to, because when I asked my line of questioning to administration, they or I think maybe it was actually Councillor Knack's line of questioning. Either way, a response from administration was that this particular W11 isn't significant for any specific species of wildlife in terms of connectivity.
Oh, I don't know if you saw the rest of the slideshow, but there was the deer scat, there were the animal footprints, and down, not shown in the slideshow, but right down at the bottom of the depression, lots of animal tracks down there. Yeah, the other thing is that there's small wetlands are really good for insects, invertebrates. They thrive in temporary wetlands. They've adapted their life cycles to take advantage of the short period of inundation of these shallow pools. And there's actually a movement of keeping micro wetlands, especially in the city.
Okay, thank you. And I guess to the proponent, a question. Is this even ideal land to build on if it's already like, if there is wetland, like if you were to develop on it, wouldn't it be, isn't it hard to develop on wetland? This is a naive question about building, but like, is it not, it's not ideal to build on wetland, my understanding is.
This one is small enough and insignificant enough that it won't be much to, like, it'll be easy to build on, I guess is the short answer. It's small. It's generally in a higher location of the plan. So yeah, building residential use on this and roads is definitely viable.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any other additional questions from colleagues? Seeing none, we are ready to close the public hearing on this one. Councillor Knack?
Sure, Mayor Sohi, I'll move closure of the public hearing on items 3839, 310, and 311.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Okay, Councillor Wright, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Is it universal?
Yep.
Unanimous?
Next.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of items 3839, 310, and 311.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So we have first reading on the floor. At this time to speak, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate this discussion. This report's actually kind of, I would say, a bit disheartening. I get that it's a small area, but small areas add up to big impact, and sometimes even a very small patch of pollination can help with those invertebrates and those things. I agree, you know, even we've talked about the loss of green canopy in the greenfield development. And I just overall, while I understand, you know, this is where we are today, that this maybe isn't as viable as it once was, it's disheartening that we got here. I, you know, look forward to getting that information from administration so that I can learn from this instance going forward, and any future decisions that have any ecological effects, because I think past decisions could have mitigated this from where we are today. So I'm not going to support all of this being said, though, I'm still not going to support this because, as mentioned by the speakers in opposition, wetland or not, it's still green space. There's still animals that are using this tree stand. I just, you know, have talked a lot personally and in my position as a counselor about the need to maintain and protect green spaces, and I really hate this conversation saying that any green space is insignificant, because I think all green spaces are significant. So with that, I personally won't be supporting this this bylaw in front of us today. Thank you.
Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just quickly maybe add to what Councillor Rutherford is saying. I think I echo a lot of that, and this conversation actually reminds me a little bit of, you know, there's a rezoning a few years ago for a tower and the portion of that was going to be on Parkland. And there was some discussion and division in the community about whether or not that Parkland was of value. I mean, it was still River Valley land, but quote unquote, what defines value? And ultimately, as a community member at the time, I did oppose that rezoning because I think how we define value, regardless, it sets a precedent for and opens a door for further development on Parkland on River Valley land. And I just feel a bit deja vu at this moment. And I think there's issues around continuity of corridor. And I think the more we debate, what is of essence or what is of value when it comes to green spaces, I feel like it opens the door further down the road. It may not feel very significant at this moment, but it may have other kinds of unintended consequences down the road. In any case, I share much of the sentiment as Councillor Rutherford, and would not be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, to close, Councillor Knack.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Appreciate the feedback from my colleagues. Why I will be supporting it, I think back to when this plan was first approved in 2016. And I think it was, most of you have met Charlie Richmond at some point from Sierra Club. He had actually registered to speak to this item when the plan first came forward, and the Sierra Club Canada had been very supportive of it because it was doing things a little bit differently than most of our neighborhood structure plans, particularly in an area that had some very sensitive considerations. So, and I think about, I did a quick scan through, I was trying to remember the changes we made in 2020 and 2021, and I went and did a quick look, and most of them were fairly minor shifts in terms of where the public utility starts and where it ends, but within a very small pocket of land. And so when I think about the overall development of this plan, it's been very carefully thought through on trying to preserve wildlife corridors, to provide opportunities to make sure that there is that connectivity. When I think about, obviously the rest of what's being proposed, the residential going to street oriented, I have no problem with that. I have no problem with the removal of the commercial, to Councillor Stevenson's question, as much as I'd love to have it on 231st Street. It's adjacent to a very more rural residential area. So really, it would be, am I going to vote against this specifically for this W11? And since that parcel of land won't help with the movement of wildlife, there's already dedicated corridors in this plan that were clearly thought out. Those aren't being changed in this. And then I did hear in the answers today that the retention of that space in terms of helping wildlife isn't really going to do anything in a meaningful way. So that's why I'm okay with making this change. If there had been any suggestion that this would in fact have somehow impacted the wildlife movement, I think I'd have a very different conversation, because there was a very, very specific work that occurred leading up to the approval of this particular ASP to ensure that was going to take place. So, and knowing how close that particular parcel is to the corridor that's going to be running north-south for wildlife, I'm again very comfortable with what we have. So while I appreciate the conversation, I'm not, I don't feel the same concern about that particular removal, noting the overall work that's happened to date. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So please vote.
Apologies. I made a mistake. Can you recall, please?
Okay, can you resend the vote, please? Here we go.
We're just missing, and it came through. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of those same bylaws.
Okay, please vote.
Second?
Oops, yeah. Who seconded for Councillor Stevenson? Oh, thank you.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading on those same bylaws.
Second?
Thank you. Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mayor Sohi, I'll move third reading of bylaw 20697, bylaw 20698, bylaw 20750, and charter bylaw 20699.
Councillor Stevenson seconded.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Our next item is 3.14, bylaw 20754 to amend the Edmonton Energy and Technology Park Area Structure Plan to add 16 hectares of land. This was exempted by Councillor Rice. Let me see. 3.14. And we don't have any folks in opposition. So Councillor Rice, do you need a presentation?
Yes, for the public information. Thank you.
Administration, so we'll go to administration for a presentation, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll squeak this in with a good morning still. This application is to amend the Edmonton Energy and Technology Park Area Structure Plan to add 16 hectares of land to the plan boundary. Next slide, please. The site is zoned alternative jurisdiction and was annexed from Sturgeon County and primarily used for agricultural purposes. It consists of 4.2 hectares of road right-of-way for 66th Street Northwest and 11.9 hectares of undeveloped land. The site is located in proximity to two major roadways, the Anthony Henday Drive and 66th Street Northwest, and is surrounded to the east and south by lands within the medium industrial precinct. Next slide, please. With the exception of the 66th Street Road right-of-way, the balance of the site will be located in the medium industrial precinct in the EETP ASP. By incorporating the site into the ASP boundary, this application will facilitate future industrial development that is compatible with the existing and surrounded planned development. Next slide, please. Administration reached out using a basic approach that included information on the city webpage, and a notice of postcard was sent to surrounding property owners and residents, as well as the presidents of Horse Hill Community League, Clairview, and District Area Councils, as well as Area Council number 17. No responses were heard in response to this application. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that this application be supported because it supports the city plan by providing economic opportunity within the city's non-residential lands, and it's compatible with the surrounding and planned land uses. Thank you.
Thank you. The proponent is City of Edmonton. Janice Lee is registered to answer questions only. So, Councillor Rice, do you have questions to the proponent or to administration?
No, I do have question to administration.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much. This rezoning bylaw actually brought very exciting opportunity for our city. I know ward councillor and really satisfied for this. And for me, and the question is asking and from Alberta Industrial Heartland Association perspective, and because our city of Edmonton and is a member of Alberta Industrial Heartland, this ETTP is a part of the AIHA. So that's the question come from, and then also their question and for the clarification for the public's information. So the first one, and because this ETTP is the spatial designation zone. If we add this piece and into this zone, and from non-use perspective, this bylaw passed, is there any process we have to ask the provincial government's approval, or there is no further process? We just finish and add it.
Councillor Rice, ETP is part of the designated industrial zone. Presently, there is work being undertaken to further the development in the designated industrial zone. For context, designated industrial zone has large amount of land in the Fort Saskatchewan area. ETP is a smaller portion of the overall designated industrial zone. We would be informing through our regular updates as to the inclusion of this this segment or this parcel of land into the ETP to the working group.
So there is no process approval required and from provincial government.
Not to my knowledge, but I will confirm with the designated industrial zone, and if there is any process, we will follow it through.
Okay, since this designation zone and started, and with these new pieces added in, and do we have specific development plan for those land use and from entire piece of land perspective? When will development will be started?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. That question would be better posed to the applicant. I do believe that the lands are being prepared for potential sale, but we don't have that information as to who might be looking for.
Okay, I will ask as new information. Thank you very much. And then the next piece is about the water services. In this piece of the new line to be added into designation zone. For the water services, and based on the reports, the information provided, we do not have a new water infrastructure for this new piece of the line, but we could use the existing water infrastructure to serve any future development, but the cost will be under our city, and the owner is our city. So do we have more information in terms of this water services on this piece of land?
Thank you. The water that's available right now, there's no existing water mains to the area. The offsite water main construction would be required if any growth was to occur here, but this is just the plan amendment. It is not the rezoning, so those further discussions can happen as development becomes a little bit closer.
Okay, then related to the next question, if this zoning bylaw passed from Alberta Industrial Heartland perspective, and the ETP will be officially changed to call the EETM, I want to make sure that terminology will be used in our board meetings and all the meetings. So I just want to confirm, because based on...
Sorry, Councillor, there's no rezoning happening at this time, so it's not about the zoning bylaw. This is just for the plan amendment.
Okay, so then that's information in the report says we will change to the EETM zone. That is why I create a little bit of confusion. I want to clarify.
Understood. Apologies.
Okay, so wonderful. I yield my time, and I have one more question and to the upper months.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions on new information arising out of the previous conversation. And Councillor Rice, I understand you have some questions. I'll go over to you.
Okay, just
Yeah, so we currently have the property listed for sale and we've been negotiating with interested parties. However, without a sale agreement in place, we can't necessarily speak to the solid development timelines coming up. Generally speaking, though, we would require construction to begin within 2 years of an agreement being signed.
Okay, so is for this piece, but for the entire lines and for this ETP, and is there any other pieces of development already in the place, or we don't have anything in place, just only this one piece, and is planning for the for sale?
This is the only piece we're planning to sell. I can say that in the past 2 years, there have been 2 parcels sold by private owners that the city does not own. So potentially administration could speak to if there's been any sort of development activity by way of permits, rezonings, et cetera. But otherwise, this is the only piece of land that the city will be selling and owns.
It is fair to say for this EETP development plan, and will be the part of our city's industrial development strategy, and more details will come back at that moment.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think it directly relates to Action 7, I believe, of the Industrial Action Plan, directly related to EETP. So yeah, that would be correct.
So it's my understanding that the industrial development strategy will come back in council in June sometime. So it's a new one, and from city administration could confirm this.
Yeah, so that would most likely be more appropriate for administration to answer.
Yes, I'm asking if anyone can confirm this. That is my understanding.
Councillor Rice, it's Kim. That's correct. It is the Industrial Strategy Action Plan is anticipated for June of this year.
Okay, wonderful. So this EETP development plan will be part of that.
All industrial lands are contemplated within the strategy.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Mayor, that's all my questions. I'm happy to move the public hearing be closed for this bylaw. And unless, and Councillor Paquette, I don't know if he's here.
I'll check if Councillor Paquette is here. I'll check if he is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, Councillor Paquette is there. So Councillor Rice, you closing the public hearing, and Councillor Paquette, you seconded?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Sorry. Councillor Paquette, you have, sorry, you to speak, right? We'll come to first reading. Okay, can someone move the first reading?
Yeah, I move the first reading.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, we have first reading on the floor. Now to speak. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Rice, for very good questions. I had no questions on this. I also, in previous term, sat on the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association. And because it's in my ward, I'm extremely familiar with the EETP and the development and pace and progress of it. And of course, having worked with administration last term on developing the industrial plan and the update that's coming, myself and returning councillors are very familiar with all of this work. So just kudos to administration and for doing their great work. And at the end of the day, it's never a waste of time for council for people to ask questions. So good on Councillor Rice for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has my full support.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
Yes, I'm happy to close the speaking for this. So right now, as a city of Edmonton representative city in Alberta Industrial Heartland Association, and for we call the AIHA and right now and is focused on really for the industrial development and create economic opportunities and for the city. And as a councillor, I really want to see the future opportunities for our city's economic development and create jobs and support our city. And this EETP, and since it was in the designation industrial zone, and I looking forward our city and puts more efforts and really looking for the opportunity how we developed it. And because develop this land and will and improve more opportunity and for our city's economic development that is in alignment with our city's plan and to support the future population growth and create jobs and also and bring lots of capital investment to our city as well. So, and in terms of and the service on the line and for the development, that is why I'm asking water service questions, because we want to make sure this water infrastructure and will be well equipped and for future investment and attract investment into this land and make sure and our industrial development and in our city and will be advanced. So I'm looking forward to the June our city's industrial development strategy come back, and this one is a big piece in that and really help our city move forward and for our city's future enhanced economic development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So please vote.
Apologies, my e-script signed out again. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. And we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move the second reading and for this bylaw.
Second by Councillor Paquette. Okay, please vote.
Yes, I guess I should verbalize that. Yes, second.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move the consideration and for the third reading of the bylaw 20754.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move the final reading and for the bylaw 20754.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote for final reading.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so that concludes 3.14. And we will come back for 320, right? Am I missing anything?
Yeah, that's right.
Bylaw 20724. We'll start with that bylaw when we're back after lunch at 1:30. Until then, we are on recess.
And we are live in council chamber.
Okay, I would like to call this meeting back to order. We'll do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Principe will be joining us a little later on. Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Briquette,
Councillor Paquette has indicated he'll be
joining
away
us
on
a little
city
later.
business
Okay,
this afternoon.
yeah. Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmill, Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so we are on to item 3.20. And we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Good afternoon. This application proposes text amendments to the Central McDougall Urban Village Special Area, or CMUV zone. The amendments would allow for temporary surface parking until December 31st, 2028. An amendment to the Central McDougall Queen Mary Park Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP, is also necessary to facilitate this change. Next slide, please. The existing CMUV zone allows for a high-density, mixed-use urban village. While redevelopment is pending, the zone also allowed for temporary surface parking lots that expired on December 31st, 2023. This application proposes an amendment to the zone to extend the temporary surface parking. Next slide, please. Through engagement, 2 responses were received, both in support of the extension, including one from the Edmonton Downtown Business Association. Comments supported the parking as an important to get visitors downtown to support businesses and attend events. The Central McDougall Community League has also recently sent letters to council outlining concerns about the extension of temporary parking, mainly that it does not align with their vision for the downtown north edge. However, they have indicated that they are willing to support a partial extension to the end of 2025, but conditional on a developer contribution of $50,000 per year to the Community League. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because the parking is a temporary use for a site that is pending redevelopment. Although parking is an important consideration to support access to downtown destinations and activities, planning principles tell us that surface parking is not the ideal long-term use. Recognizing that these lots may operate for approximately 5 more years, administration worked with the applicant to improve the appearance, safety, and functionality of the lots. Additional regulations are proposed that bring the parking into closer conformance with the zoning bylaw standards. For example, to create a greener, softer edge between the lots and the public realm, the standard requirements for interior landscaped islands will be moved to the setback area around the perimeter of the site. This will result in approximately 13 more trees and 100 more shrubs. To improve the permeability of the site and safety of pedestrians, interior pathways will be created. Existing lighting, drainage, and snow removal conditions meet the zoning bylaw requirements for surface parking lots and will be maintained. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it is a temporary use until redevelopment occurs and it includes improvements to increase the appearance and safety of the site. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the presentation. At this time, I will go to proponents, folks signed in favor, to see if anyone would like to make a presentation. They're currently signed to answer questions only. So Fabio Gorducci to answer questions only, or to make a presentation.
Hello, Your Worship. We do all have presentations. If we could start with Tim Shipton, then Fabio Gorducci, and then Yolanda Blue.
Okay, great. Okay, we'll start with Tim Shipton then. Go ahead, please.
Presentation. Yeah, are you able to bring up this presentation?
Here we go. Go ahead, please.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Mayor Sylvie, members of council, for your time today. I am here representing OEG Sports and Entertainment to speak in support of the amendment to the Central McDougall Queen Mary Park ARP, amendment to the Central McDougall Urban Village Zone. Next slide, please. As you may recall from previous presentations to council, the vision for those lands north of Rogers Place are to create a mixed-use urban village that will include up to 2,500 residential units integrated with commercial and recreational opportunities, including opportunities for student and a diverse mix of other housing. This vision has been contemplated since the beginning of our development of ICE District to create a people-oriented residential-driven development to complement our sports and entertainment-focused assets in Phase 1. And we maintain this vision as our intent for these lands. The application in front of you today proposes to increase the time frame for temporary surface parking for another 5 years, as our timelines for development have been drastically impacted by the knock-on effect from the pandemic. We're seeing here in Edmonton and in many other cities across North America, as well as other headwinds that we're facing, such as public safety and a slow recovering real estate market. Next slide, please. Although we understand that temporary parking is not the highest and best use, these lots provide an important interim solution to parking needs in the area. The request for a 5-year extension will provide OEG and a real estate group the time needed to continue its diligence work, secure the needed partnerships to develop, while also allowing for market conditions to improve. The Village at ICE District will be built through community partnerships between Kate's Group, between OEGSE, governments, investors, developers, and other community stakeholders. And we hope to work collaboratively with the city to form those partnerships needed to develop the lands, as they are critical to move forward on the original vision of ICE District and the downtown arena as a magnet for further development. So I'll state unequivocally, we're committed to realizing the full vision of ICE District. We're extremely proud of what we've accomplished to date. We've developed 16 of the 25 acres in the original ICE District Master Plan, and are very excited, quite frankly, about the opportunities in Central McDougall and Queen Mary Park as they provide a great opportunity for further development. Next slide, please. The temporary parking does fill significant needs in the downtown core. It's certainly used by families and children accessing programs at the downtown community arena. And there's no doubt it's helped reestablish patterns to frequent the downtown, such as casino patrons, event goers, people enjoying the amazing restaurants in the downtown core, retail customers, and of course, people going to work. Next slide, please. But as I mentioned in my opening, our vision for those lands and the 25 acres we've assembled and developed today, it is not parking. It's the creation of a vibrant, active downtown centered on sports and entertainment in Phase 1 and residential in Phase 2. And to illustrate that point, we've included an aerial shot of ICE District before and after Phase 1 development. And I will note through that process, we have eliminated acres of parking lots in the downtown core. Next slide, please. And we're certainly also proud to have created the largest mixed-use entertainment district in Canada. It's provided a myriad of benefit to the city, certainly helped driving tax revenues into the CRL. Has been a magnet and enhanced development and investment. The Cade Strip alone, investing over $2 billion into ICE District since the start of the project. We've welcomed over 1.8 million guests and hosted over 280 events. We have 4,000 people living and working and have made significant investments into the community through our community foundation. Next slide, please. We've been also very active in looking at ways to activate our phase 2 lands in this interim period, as we've heard certainly from members of council and the community that this is vital that we continue to move forward. And 2 good examples of that would be the Fan Park and the Ice District Dog Park. Those spaces, barren before development, we've paved, fenced, serviced, and activated those lands and have made significant investment to bring vibrancy into that part of the downtown core. Next slide, please. We're proud to say that we've welcomed over 90,000 guests into Fan Park. We've worked with many different folks in the community, such as Free Play for Kids, Hockey Edmonton, Edmonton Youth Basketball, FIBA, Sustainaval, to name a few, to bring a diverse roster of events and activities into the core. It's been exciting to see the demand from the community for that flexible space, and we look forward to continuing our investment and partnership that is needed to expand it. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, I just thank you for your time. We will develop those lands. At the end of the day, we do need more time to do it right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us, Tim. Next, we will go to Fabio Gorducci, then we'll follow that by Yolanda Lu.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Major Solly, and good afternoon, councillors. Today, I will address the development state of the Central McDougall area, and I will do so by addressing 4 points. What is the current state of the area? What is needed to have this area shovel-ready for development? Timing to get this area shovel-ready for development, and partnerships required. As to the first question, what is the current state of this area? It is important to understand that in its present state, this area is not shovel-ready for development. This area was rezoned in 22 for a maximum allowable density of 2,500 residential units, plus retails and commercial square footage. The public infrastructure existing in this area cannot support such density as it is outdated, undersized, and obsolete, and must be replaced in its entirety. The infrastructure to which I'm referring is the existing below-grade and above-grade infrastructure. And more specifically, below-grade includes all the utilities distribution systems, including water lines, gas lines, sewer lines, and stormwater lines, which all need to be upgraded. Above-grade include new paving for streets and laneways, landscaping, water mains, fire hydrant, wayfinding, pedestrian, and cycling ways, lighting, just to mention a few, and all according to the guidelines indicated by the council in the capital city project for downtown Edmonton. To this end, we have commissioned a full review of the servicing costs needed to upgrade the area public infrastructure, and have generated a comprehensive opinion of probable cost report that analyzes in full the following: servicing and construction engineering options, off-site development costs, review of relevant public policy, alignment of the servicing costs with the governing bylaw 1521 Capital City Downtown Plan, environmental remediation, soil removal and backfill, sanitary and storm water servicing plan, servicing phases and staging, and technical engineering drawings will follow. We have also completed a review of the Village Downtown District Energy Initiative and its application to the area in question, as well as analyzing best energy alternatives in line with the directives given by this council in 20 years. I understand that this report will be presented next week. All of the aforementioned points confirm our commitment in terms of resources spent and to be spent to see this area develop. As to the second question, what is needed to have this area developed? In simple terms, The first step is to bridge the existing outdated public infrastructure gap, and this will require a strong partnership with the city and the provincial government, as an important amount of funding will be required to initiate the servicing of this area public infrastructure. As previously stated, we have initiated and commissioned full reviews and studies to specialized consultants. And since the last few weeks, we have been actively engaged with the city administration and have commenced a detailed review of the servicing costs, ensuring that they also align with the criteria of the CRL, green and walkable initiatives, brownfield grants, and amongst others. Next week, we will have developed a preliminary draft of the business case that will support CRL funding. We're making good progress and can expect to have a funding application put forward in the very near future. To summarize, in the first part of my presentation, this site is not currently shovel-ready for development, will require a major modernization of the existing public infrastructure, both above and below grade, and funding will be required to accomplish this objective. As to the third question, timing to have this area in a shovel-ready condition for development, this is very much dependent on the review work, which is currently ongoing with the city administration to arrive at an application for CRL and other sources of funding, and to the CRL process required to get funding this important public infrastructure investment. We envision having to come in front of this council multiple times in order to obtain project approval, to extend the CRL, which will also have to be approved by the province, to have the CRL funded, which also have to be approved by the province, and to have the project included in the CRL list of approved projects. All the above steps will require time, and in our view and that of our consultants, it is reasonable to assume that the mentioned task will not be completed at the city and or provincial level in 24, and unlikely in 25 in light of the local election that will take place. In particular, we don't expect to see the request for additional CRL funding making it in the provincial budget before the 25-26 budget cycle, which means that the infrastructure development.
I am sorry, Fabio. 5 minutes are up. I have to be fair for the clock. Maybe you can finish your. You can maybe comment on what is left in your presentation when questions are asked to you by council members. Okay.
Yeah, we're looking to forge partnership at local, national, and
okay. Got it. Okay. I'll go next to Yolanda Liu.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Yolanda Liu, and I'm here today on behalf of Kate's Group Real Estate to amend the Central McDougall and Queen Mary Park ARP and to amend the Central McDougall Urban Village Zone. Next slide, please. The application before you today proposes to extend the time frame for temporary surface parking for an additional 5 years. Within the blue hatched area on this figure, which is approximately 2 hectares of the over 4 hectare area approved for the Village and Ice District. All lighting, landscaping, and security already provided on the site will continue and be enhanced. Next slide, please. The application is in conformance with the rezoning, which was approved by council in August of 2022. The proposed amendment does not propose any changes to the land uses, but proposes to amend the one clause on the timeframe of temporary surface parking within the ARP and adjust the Central McDougall Urban Village Zone accordingly. Next slide, please. Alongside the proposed extension for 5 years, additional regulations are proposed to the CMUV zone to improve the aesthetics of the site, as well as bring it more closely in line with the new zoning bylaw requirements. This includes the addition of approximately 13 more trees and 100 shrubs along the periphery of the site, as well as pedestrian pathways through the parcel. Next slide, please. The temporary surface parking lots have followed proper process throughout their operation, ensuring proper approvals through administration and council with valid development permits to support the uses and improvements, including the planting of trees, addition of lighting, and security to the site. Next slide, please. Extensive engagement has been completed throughout the process. Engagement included phone calls, letters, and emails to surrounding property owners, community leagues, and businesses. Overall, feedback was positive, and there was an understanding of current market conditions, the benefits of the interim parking for businesses, and the long-term intent of redevelopment. Next slide, please. Where possible, Kate's Group has been invested in bringing people and activity to the core and activating sites. As an interim use on the former Backpack Casino site, Kate's Group developed a publicly accessible dog park for residents and visitors to the area. Along with the dog park, Fan Park was also created last year, bringing a multitude of events from carnivals to concerts and sporting events year-round. Next slide, please. The proposed amendment to the zoning will provide for the temporary parking to operate for an additional 5 years. The intent of the lands is redevelopment to accommodate a mixed-use urban village. As development occurs, there is opportunity for the parking area to be reduced within this timeframe should conditions improve the development. This concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will go to questions from council colleagues. Councillor Stevenson, folks on the presentation side, whether it's Tim or Fabio or Yolanda, can you make sure you mute yourself, please? So we could getting echo back on your side. Here we go. Great. Thank you so much for that. Now questions to the proponent. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you all for the presentation this afternoon. I'll just start with Ms. Liu. Sorry, you mentioned there was a reduced area on one of your slides. I wasn't sure that I had seen that in the application. Could you speak further to that?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Yeah, within the proposed zoning, there is a third park that is included as part of the redevelopment, and that park area has been removed from the proposed parking.
Ah, I see. So there's a reduction in that, and sorry, that's currently has been operating as a parking area?
It was part of the previous approved development permit, but is being removed.
Okay, thank you for that. Thanks for the clarification. I just want to bring forward some of the questions and comments I've heard from the community. So my understanding is that there was a previous agreement that I believe ran from 2016 to 2019. So under direct control provision, there was a community amenity contribution that was provided to the Community League. Is my understanding correct?
Yes, that is correct. That was provided and is held in trust by the city.
Yolanda, can you move close to the mic, please, if you don't mind, because you're kind of not coming out as clearly. Thank you. Sure. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
No problem. Thank you. So just wondering, hearing from the community that they have an interest in a community benefit arrangement with the ongoing use of this area for parking. What are your thoughts on that?
So the money was provided to the Community League previously. That is held in trust by the city. We aren't sure in terms of kind of what that money has been utilized for, as the city has been working with the Community League. In terms of the parking, it does provide some activation of the area, bringing people in as well. There's additional enhancements there to the community in terms of additional trees, shrubs, landscaping as well. The sites are patrolled by security, so it does add some security to that area as well.
Okay. So just to clarify, further financial contribution to the Community League isn't something that you've been contemplating as an applicant group?
Councillor Stevenson, Tim Shipton here. The initial contribution of $150,000 was made previously, as indicated. I think at this time we wouldn't be contemplating a further investment, as it's our understanding that some or all of that $150,000 is yet to be used. But we certainly, as we have, I think, since we started developing downtown, are always interested in speaking with the Community League, in particular Central McDougall in this case, about the things that we can do as partners and neighbors, quite frankly, to invest in the community. So, we want to continue that dialogue. look at things that we can do. But as I said, at this time, we're not contemplating that additional investment.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And I think you spoke to it a bit in your presentation. I think a key question that I have of our administration is, just how we sort of define temporary and what that means in terms of timelines. So I understood that one of the constraining factors right now relates to infrastructure in the area in terms of the timing of your project. Just wondering what else you see that sort of had you set that timeline at 5 years?
It's really about the timing and process. We don't expect to have any difficulties other than just following the normal process. Should those timelines that I have illustrated be faster or shortened, obviously, we could contemplate starting this servicing of the public infrastructure earlier.
Okay, well, thank you. Those were all the questions that I had to the applicants. Thank you again so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, so in 2028, are we guaranteed that this will proceed?
Thank you very much, Councillor Wright. We're 100% committed to developing these lands. I would say, just following what my colleague Fabio mentioned, that this amount of medium to high density across the size of that development is a significant project. I think we've learned a lot over the last decade in developing phase one, and we maybe took a little bit more of an independent approach in phase one, and have learned that I think the sustainability and future success of phase two will be done through partnerships. And so that's where we're focused right now, that we need.
So I'm just cognizant of my time. So
yes.
You can guarantee that development will begin by 2028.
There's no guarantees in life, I guess. But
okay.
We're committed to developing. Yes, we are.
So then I guess my follow-up question would be, at what point would you need to adapt your vision? Given the current economic conditions haven't really improved over the past few years, what would it take for you to adapt your vision to what current economic conditions are and the need for housing in the area?
I think the development will need to occur in a phased and staged approach. There's certainly opportunities in front of us as it relates to student housing. We know the imminent need for a diverse mix of housing across the city in the downtown core. I would say the plans have adapted over time already. We've looked at a lot of different uses on that land. We've landed on an urban village, people-centric development. So we are committed to that at this time. We're not going to develop all 2,500 units at once. We've got to do it, as I say, in a phased, prudent approach. But as I say, we're committed to it at this time.
Okay, but still no guarantees. And I'm just wondering, back in August 2022, when the rezoning was approved, was the future public park included in that as well?
Yes, it was included as part of the rezoning.
Okay, so that's been about a year and a half ago. Has any of that development on the public park occurred?
The public park has not been developed yet, just in terms of conversations with city administration. It's a little bit premature at this time.
Sorry. Point of order, Mr. Chair. I'm really having trouble hearing the speakers in the room. I don't know whether it's possible to.
Yeah, I think we're having Tim comes across clear, and Fabio is fine too. I think Yolanda, where you're sitting, you do kind of break in and out, right? So maybe can you move to a different spot?
I'm open to recessing for a few minutes if they need to reconfigure the room.
No, they're just we'll just pause it here for a few seconds and see how it goes.
Are you able to get better now?
Just try it again.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, so back to Councilor Wright's question on the park.
Yeah, I think it's because there's multiple speakers in the room that still might have their mics on when the other one is talking.
Well, we'll try to figure this out. Linda, just can you answer, Councilor Wright, can you repeat your question? We'll see how it goes.
I'm just was concerned about the what has been designated as the future park back in August of 2022, why there has been no development on it in the past year and a half.
Yeah, and it's through discussions with administration that it's currently premature to develop the park right now without development of the area. And so the park would sit alone there without any eyes on the street or any other activity happening.
So that future park then will only be in the future of future development after 2028 if economic conditions improve. Otherwise, it's just going to be left there as part of the surface parking lot.
Or should there be an agreement or funding from the city for park development prior to?
So again, just bare land that's going to sit there. Okay, my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Wright. Councilor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thank you, opponents, and for the presentation. So the first question, we are talking about the needs and from our core area and in the city, and of course there are different needs. What's what is specific rationale behind the decision and then this needs as a parking, surface parking will meet Edmontonians, like how to leverage our downtown resources for the events and then also to increase city core areas vibrancy. And because many concern I heard and at least speak to my own words, and it's very difficult to go to downtown to find the parking, to even to attend the events or to go to a restaurant and to do all this type of like enjoyment, entertainment. So maybe you can expand a little bit more about the reason for this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rice. That's certainly been a major focus of our company coming out of the pandemic, is looking at the things that we can do to welcome people back into the downtown core. It certainly has been a significant challenge, being shut down for the better part of 2 years and then trying to get that traffic back. We've seen more people come into the downtown core, certainly attending hockey games, concerts, restaurants, coming into the district. The fan park has been a huge focus of our vibrancy and development plans to get families and other groups into the activities and events that we've hosted. And there's no doubt that the parking fits a very important need. Those lots are full on event nights. They're full when activating the fan park. They're used by casino patrons. There's a City of Edmonton arena, of course, attached to Rogers Place, families, children, accessing programming. And so those lots get a heck of a lot of use right now and are a really important part of certainly our vibrancy plan, but I would suggest the cities as well.
Okay, so I would like to add one reason for that. I heard from my constituent, even we have many good doctors in downtown area. So many people come to for their medical appointment, they're so challenging for them to find a parking spot and then to go see doctor. So this parking will become like the private company owned charge the parking, right?
Yeah. These lots are certainly pay for parking and have been, I think, for the near entirety of their operation.
So the peer operation was not under city's authority at all. It's a peer operation was under the developer and who owns this lined?
So I'm sorry, I didn't catch
So
that.
I just want to understand that operational model, because we have our e-park and we have the different park and owned by the city. So these parking spaces were purely owned by the developer who owned this land. And the operational model will not fall under city's operation for the parking at all. So is that the plan?
So, Councillor, this is Jess Inkman from Law, just stepping in here. I just want to be clear here that in terms of the land use question that you're being asked to decide, it's if a surface parking lot should continue on a temporary basis on this property. And so I'd be very careful and caution you against talking about ownership of the property because that's not a relevant land use consideration. I understand where you're going, but we have to remember this is a land use matter, and that's where our questions have to land.
Okay. That's fair, and because I do want to understand from land use perspective, if this is a surface parking owned by the developer, that means their operation should be under there. I have one more question regarding the trees. What's the reason why we decided to just 13 trees, even not more or less?
Thank you, Councilor Rice. There are already trees that were planted as part of the original application. And just based on spacing requirements and ensuring that the trees are healthy, there is room for an additional 13 around the perimeter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. Councilor Jans.
Wondering, I can't recall, are there lights put up around the parking lots?
Yes, there is.
And is that street lighting or additional lighting?
Yeah, there's both street lighting and additional lighting added to the parking lot.
Okay, and are the parking lots paved?
No, they are not paved, but the aprons to the parking lots are paved as per bylaw requirements.
When I believe, wasn't it part of a previous deal that the parking lots were supposed to be paved? Was that in 2016?
No, we've always followed requirements, and it's only been the first 5 meters of the apron to be paved, and then the rest is gravel.
Okay, because I was reading in a story in the Edmonton Journal, it said paving the parking lots had been promised at the time. And I was just trying to get clarity on that.
Yeah, no, sorry, they were not included as part of the zoning or the permit requirements.
So it was never part of the zoning requirement. Was there a verbal commitment made in 2016 to pave the parking lot?
No, there was not.
Okay. Also, just want to get a sense on how many stalls are we talking about?
I believe it's somewhere around 230 stalls.
230 stalls.
Yeah.
And how many events does the arena host a week or a year?
Councillor Jans, Tim Shipton here. In the 23-24 calendar year, we've hosted over 180 events. 280 events that have welcomed 1.8 million guests into the campus. 280 events, 1.8 million guests.
Right. And do you have any and I'm sorry I haven't parked there before, but like, what's the method? Do you pay on an app, or do you does the Oilers group have any sense of where the folks are coming from? Are these out of town, Sherwood Park, Grand Prairie people? Is this folks from different parts of Edmonton? You don't track postal codes or anything like that? It's not included with your event ticket?
No, the parking is operated by in-park, and so there is a variety of users. And so for kind of non-event usage within the downtown, not an event at the arena or anything, there's about 25,000 kind of people parking there last year. And then for events themselves, you see anywhere between kind of 300 to 700 people parking back there.
Okay, so in other words, it is parking all day, all night, not just at arena events?
Correct.
Okay. And just getting clarification on that CRL piece. So that's not included, or sorry, not CRL, pardon me, the community contribution agreement, that's not included in this piece?
Not with our current application.
But it was included with the previous application?
Correct.
And that was for $50,000 to the community league, is that correct?
For 150,000.
150, okay. All right. I don't have any further questions at this time, but I appreciate the clarity.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
So taken.
Thank you. First of all, appreciation to OAG for your commitment to downtown and the work you do to attract people to come downtown. It's such a significant part of our revitalization of the downtown. But I do have questions on this. So my understanding is that this was approved, the development of the urban village was approved in 2016, right?
Sorry, Your Worship, it was in 2022 that the zoning was approved.
So 2022, the zoning was for urban village?
Correct.
So what happened in 2016 then? 2016 was?
It was just the application to have temporary surface parking at that time.
Okay. And so the recognizing the rapid growth that Edmonton is experiencing in population and market conditions were very low vacancy with rental. So if this is not the right time, right market conditions, then what will need to happen in order for this to become a reality? And if that is not the case, then why would you not revisit the plan and build something that is will respond to current market needs?
Yes, so Kate's Group is working on that right now. In order to service the lands, there is substantial infrastructure improvements that are required. And so the current work is being completed in terms of studies for all of that so that they can start with all the improvements before the buildings can actually be constructed.
Yeah, but those challenges would have been known when the application was brought forward, right? So those challenges are not new challenges. So what has changed from the original application to now that you need another 5 years of extension to keep this as a parking lot?
Mr. Mayor, I'll answer that. It's, as Yolanda said, in 22, we had the rezoning for 2,500 units. That was summer 22, I believe. Shortly after that, we commissioned the work, consulting work, to understand the servicing cost and all the servicing that will need to happen to the public infrastructure existing on the site. Because as it sits right now, that site cannot support a density of 2,500 units. So we cannot start development until the servicing of the infrastructure is completely overhauled and redone. And that's what we're working on right now. We've completed a major portion of the consulting work. We are now working with the city administration to get to funding of the public infrastructure through the CRL. We cannot start work or development on that land until we change all the gas lines, the water lines, and everything else that is underneath that ground because it's undersized or obsolete.
Okay, and do you know the timelines of that work to be completed?
The timelines are dependent on the process with the CRL with the city administration, which I must say is going very well. And I think we're getting very close to get to a CRL application. And then as you know, to apply for a CRL funding, you need to get a project approved by City Council. You need the extension of the CRL approved also by the province, and you need additional funding from the provincial government. Right. So we're going to be coming to council many times. I don't believe this process will be completed within probably until 26, most likely.
What that is, okay, well, I'll come back for a second round because that raises more questions in my mind about the viability of this parcel to be developed, right? So, okay, I will move the second round.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We're just missing.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Rice.
I voted yes, but
Okay, thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is passed. Chair, back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tank. And with that, I will go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, I mean, I'm concerned sort of why the planning for the underground servicing, hadn't already started. I mean, I think in every application that we seem to get at public hearing, it says the applicant owner will be responsible for all costs associated with infrastructure improvements. So I don't think that's a secret. So I'm just wondering why you haven't been planning on this yet.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I would just take a step back that over the last certainly 2 years, looking at the ICE District campus in totality, phase 1 and phase 2, we've faced significant challenges, as have many other companies operating in the downtown core. And so we continued construction throughout the pandemic to finish off assets in phase 1. We're talking about a massive parcel of land that we've developed in the downtown core. And as I've said, we're very proud that we've developed 16 of 25 acres, breaking ground in 2013.
That's the fan park and the dog park? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about ICE District in totality, the arena, the public plaza, the 3 towers, the Connect Center. We've done a tremendous amount of development over the last decade, and we've sequenced our development out to continue with phase 2, and that's where we're at. So the premise that we haven't been active, I don't think is accurate. We're now at a point in time where we're ready to develop phase 2 lands. As my colleague indicated, we've begun a lot of the diligence work on phase 2 lands. But that parcel of land in the city is going to take a significant amount of time to develop. And so we're coming to council today, to hopefully put this parking application piece to rest so we can focus on development.
I guess maybe in the past 5 years, what development has occurred besides the fan park and the dog park, which I don't believe requires any underground servicing?
Yeah, probably not question related to the.
I'll move on to the actual parking, which I had. So of those 230 stalls, that's all public parking. I think the section that was originally being considered that has some of the police parking, that's out of the picture now, right? It's just what's east of 103rd Street, correct?
Yeah. Yes, that is not the area we're asking for.
Okay, so of those 230 stalls, and sort of referencing back to what Councillor Rice was talking about, people going to medical appointments, I'm just wondering how many of those stalls would be designated for accessible parking? And is it viable for someone in a wheelchair or a walker to be able to maneuver across a gravel parking lot?
So, Councillor Wright, this is Jess Inkpen, just from Law. I just want to give you a heads up that Safety Codes Act would deal with any accessible parking and accessibility issues. And so we do have laws that step in when there is a parking lot to require a certain amount of accessibility. So
okay, and that would include accessibility as far as maneuvering across the parking lot?
I believe so. The Safety Codes Act does deal with those sorts of a requirement for a certain amount of stalls, the size of the stalls, those sorts of things to allow maneuvering and accessibility. So I just wanted to give you a heads up that there is laws that step in and they require the provision of these types of stalls. So just trying to have the conversation along.
Oh, okay. Well, with that, then I will leave it at that and hope those laws take over. Oh, actually, I do have one other question in regards to the underground servicing. Knowing that Calgary has received, what is it, 330 million for their infrastructure around their new arena, is that something that OEG is looking at?
Not in land use planning.
Not? Okay.
Not a land use planning question.
Okay, I'm done then. Thank you.
Sorry. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I guess to perhaps to Mr. Shipton or others, from a land use perspective, if this application does not proceed and you're not permitted to continue operating a parking lot, what happens to the land then between now and when the land might be developed? Do you have a plan B for what happens there?
Thank you very much, Councillor Cartmel. Certainly, would be a disappointing decision. Certainly the efforts as it relates to this parcel of land for parking and for Fan Park focus on vibrancy. But if the application is not approved, likely we would fence off the land. And there'd be less traffic, obviously less surveillance on the land, certainly impacts to the perception of public safety while we continue to develop. As I said, we will develop this land. We're committed to developing this land, but it's going to take time.
I'm sorry if I've missed it. Is the land currently fenced? Does it have a perimeter fence?
No, it does not.
It doesn't. So we would see some sort of fencing going up. I appreciate you maybe haven't explored this in detail, but would that likely be a temporary fence or a permanent fence? Have you thought about that?
I mean, we haven't thought about that. I think we've been focused on moving this application forward and moving the things that we need to do related to development.
If you're not permitted to operate a parking lot and someone comes and parks on that land, that's now private property that's not permitted for parking. They get towed, I'm presuming, theoretically. Like,
yeah,
I guess maybe I'll just cut to the chase. I think the point I'm trying to make is that if there's nothing about disallowing parking that accelerates the process of designing, applying, and constructing development housing on this site, or is there?
No, there's not. The rejection of this application, Councillor, is not going to speed up our process. As I said, we've learned a lot over the last 10 years in developing a significant parcel of land, and we want to make sure that phase 2 is sustainable, right? Certainly, that is the focus, and so we need to take the time to find the partners. Obviously, there's the work that we've talked about today related to servicing, but there's also a tremendous amount of work needed to find partners, whether it's post-secondaries, other groups in the communities, developers, investors, all the work that is needed right now to develop that land. That's the work that's taking place right now. We wish we could speed it up, but we cannot. As I said, we are committed to developing the land. We need time.
Yeah. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I'll take it.
Yeah, I just want to follow up. I understand the infrastructure impediment challenges that you identified. What are the other market impediments that stand in the way of this development? Like, what are some other market challenges that you're facing other than infrastructure, Fabio, that you identified earlier on?
We don't have, we don't really have market challenges, or let's say we hope not to have them in the future. Today, if I were to start a development of this size, I would certainly say that there are challenges in terms of interest rates, in terms of very limited credit access to loan developments by the banks, in terms of cost construction inflation, in terms of supply chains difficulties. Those are the challenges that every developer who has ongoing projects at the moment, and there aren't that many downtown, that are facing.
Got it. But there's a lot of development happening in the city. There's a lot of housing being built in the city, despite all those challenges. So what are unique challenges you face? I just want to understand. I think what I'm then questioning in my mind is the ambition of the urban village that you developed, whether that is the right approach for this site, or maybe other type of housing when we need housing in our city, right? So that's what I'm struggling to understand. Like, are there other options other than what you envisioned? Are you looking at willing to modify that vision, that development can start taking off faster than waiting another 5 years?
I wish I could, answer that we could start tomorrow, but it's really the only major challenge is really about the public infrastructure. Until we get that resolved and work starts and finishes, we cannot start. That land cannot support. It cannot. I mean, all those lines which are underground are 100 years old lines that cannot support the type of development that is being approved in that area. That is the number one challenge. And also, until we resolve that problem and the funding of this public infrastructure, it will be very difficult also to be credible with investors and partners that we're talking to who are very interested in partnering with us, particularly on the student housing front, accessible housing, retirement housing, multifamily, and so on, because those are all market products that would fit very well into the village. To the extent that we all know that McEwen is looking to increase about 10,000 by 10,000 students their presence at the university over the next by 2030. We are really looking at the village as almost could be a great student campus, not only servicing McEwen, but in the Nate and in Marquis and U of A, and certainly having the LRT right there would create a good argument for such a product. But we need to take care of the infrastructure, the public infrastructure, which is not adequate for this development.
Yeah. Thanks. I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand the community contribution better of the $150,000. So was that $50,000 per year in the last 3-year deal?
Thank you, Councillor Jans. It was just $150,000, kind of the flat rate that was provided.
Okay, how was that percentage of profitability, or how was that number determined?
It was just an agreement that was made between our client and the community league.
So the day rate of a stall is $14. The hourly rate is $5.50 an hour. Just some quick napkin math. I mean, conservatively, even at the daily rate on 230 stalls, we're talking millions of dollars of profits a year.
Councillor Jans.
Yeah.
I just want to bring the line of questioning back to, we're still looking at a zone here that's being asked to be applied to this land. The zone is to extend a parking lot. So I think we need to focus the conversation. I understand the community amenity contribution of the past is of some interest, and that's why I'm letting some conversation go on. But sort of calculating profit and loss and those sorts of things would be well beyond the scope of this public hearing.
I'm sorry, to legal then, I guess I'm trying to understand, like, when we're looking at a development, we can ask about, say, a number of 3 bedrooms or a contribution to a playground, or maybe certain facility, you have to have certain accoutrement to the building. But I guess in this case, as it's a parking lot and there was previously a monetary number arrived at, like it's, 5 years later or 3 years later, why isn't that number indexed to inflation or something else? Like I'm just trying to understand how.
Yeah, so there was, my understanding, and I think these would be great conversations or questions for administration when we do come to that point, Councillor Jans, but my understanding is this predates our policy. It was something that was agreed on when the direct control zone was brought in some time ago. And so I don't know that there's a particular formula you're going to find in respect to this dollar amount, but what I can tell you is typically these types of community amenity contributions, whether they be under our policy or otherwise, are intended to offset the impacts of development. So at the time, it went to a direct control zoning. That direct control zoning provided an uplift in development rights. We're talking height, floor area ratio. These are the types of things that are often considered impactful development. And there was a monetary dollar amount in order to provide community amenities to mitigate the impacts of that development. So that's the legal principle. There's a nexus, right, between the increase in development rights and the community amenity contribution. So I can give you sort of that, but I would suggest that maybe some broader questions about this might be appropriate for administration. But
under section 7.5 around the trees, for instance, it was calculated there'd be 1 tree for every 12 parking stalls. Like I'm worried about the heat island effect. I'm worried about drainage, especially as it's not paved. I'm wondering if that's an appropriate number of trees. And can I ask?
That's a valid consideration, Councillor. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe it should be 1 tree for every 6 parking stalls. Like, how did we arrive at 12 stalls?
And I think that would be a very appropriate conversation to have with administration in terms of, and I suppose the applicant can speak to that as well. I just really want us to stay away from this profit loss. You've got X amount of stalls at $15 a stall, that sort of thing. I think we're really floating away from the land use at that point, but I certainly feel like it's on all fours for you to consider, hey, I think we should have more trees per stall because of these concerns. So just trying to provide you with some guidance and a way to thread the needle there, Councillor.
Okay, sure. So I will, I'll save my questions for administration then.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. So that concludes the questions to the proponent. Now we will ask if folks who have signed up to oppose the application are here. Michael Brown from Central McDougall Community League.
Hi there, I'm here.
Thank you. And Warren Champion, Central McDougall Community League. We'll start with Michael. We'll check if Warren is joining us later. Michael, go ahead, please.
I think I prefer to go first.
Oh, Warren, are you there too?
I'm fine with Warren going first.
Oh, so go ahead, Warren, please.
Okay. I'd like to address these 2 bylaws from a somewhat. I'm getting an echo there. I have no idea. I'd like to address these 2 bylaws from a somewhat different point of view. When the North Edge was first written, participants adamantly opposed surface parking. That view remains. As we discuss this issue, I want to remind Council that we oppose their proposal for a 5-year extension. Having said that, prior councils have not been particularly supportive of surface parking.
Warren, for some reason, you are not coming We can't hear you clearly, so you have to fix your mic.
I'm trying. So I am logged in. I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah, try calling if you can.
So, yeah, I honestly, I don't know what to.
While you fix your communications there, I'll go to Michael to make a presentation.
Sure.
Hi there, Mayor Sohi and Council. Thank you for listening to us on this issue. I'm a member of the Community League. I've been through the ups and downs of community development and hopeful of development in our community. I think, as Warren was saying, surface parking is not a good land use in the downtown. It's not something that any city, big city, strives for. I think the city of Vancouver celebrated eliminating all surface parking, and that was maybe 5 or 10 years ago. They made it an explicit policy goal. I think that's an important objective. Previously, there had been discussions and an agreement that there was an impact of the surface parking in this area, and that a community contribution for public infrastructure was valid and was a good deal for everybody, including the Oilers Group, who earn a good amount from this temporary use. I think it's important to think about carrots and sticks in terms of incentivizing community development. I know that 2,500 units of housing would have a far greater benefit to the city in a whole bunch of ways, in terms of activating the street, in terms of tax revenue, in terms of people who don't need to drive to the downtown to find parking. And so for all those reasons, we've opposed surface parking. We recognize that potentially, if structured in the right way, if there are delays that are occurring in the development, that there could be sort of a win-win for everybody, in that a small portion of the revenues generated would come to the community to do community infrastructure projects. So the $150,000 previously was originally going to be $300,000, meant to be $100,000 per year, but that ended up getting negotiated away partially by our previous councillor. So I'm glad to hear our current councillor advocating for us. The $50,000 per year, it sort of lapsed during the pandemic. We as a community experienced very significant impacts during that period of time, but didn't receive any compensation for that land use. The events continued to occur. We do have a garden I'm looking at right now. The garden shed just burnt down yesterday. People were using it as a place to sleep and use drugs and various things. When I started the garden about 6 years ago, it was a great opportunity to bring people together. We've had hundreds of families from the neighborhood meet each other. Many of those people have been driven away because of the social issues. And if we did have an agreement, community benefit agreement, we would match that money against provincial money and use that to create a great community garden, similar to what you see in downtown Calgary or in other places in downtown Edmonton, where they actually secure the site, have a proper shed, where people can come and meet safely and not have their work destroyed. And so that's what we're asking for. I think it's a very, a win-win opportunity. The city doesn't have to pay money for the development of the community. The Oilers get significant parking revenue, and and the community get to see their neighborhood evolve and grow. And that, it's right along the LRT line. So literally thousands of people go by every day. And right now they're looking at a pile of ashes, and they're seeing overgrown garden beds. People have been driven away by the disorder. If they can see a positive view of the community, that only helps to change the perception in Edmontonians' minds about what kind of neighborhood and what kind of development is happening, and ultimately that's what I think everybody wants. They want to see positive development happen. They want to see the neighborhoods turn around. They want to see, that's good for the Oilers in terms of selling units, some of those 2,500 units that need to be built. And council, I think, has an opportunity to say, like, we are going to use carrots and sticks. We're going to say, there's going to be a disincentive to continuing bad land uses, and I think $50,000 is a very generous offer. I think on our part as a community, I think probably that number should increase significantly over time to put pressure on development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Michael. I'll check with Warren again. Warren, can you try? Warren?
Another option for Warren would be to try and join by phone. They're in the Google Meet invitation that they would have received. There's also a phone number.
So can you hear me?
Yeah, let's try.
Okay. I am hoping, I hear the echo, but I'm hoping. Okay, I'd like to address these two bylaws from a somewhat different point of view. When the North Edge was first written, the participants adamantly opposed surface parking. That view remains. As we discuss this issue, I want to remind council that we oppose their proposal for a 5-year extension. Having said that, prior councils have not been particularly supportive of surface parking. We characterize our support as being realistic, not aspirational. The chaos of Central McDougall, which includes the highest poverty rate, the second highest crime rate in the city, with 7 murders in 2022, almost twice that of any other community, has conspired to ensure that no one is going to buy anything north of the arena, and again ensuring nothing will get built until chaos significantly decreased. This is the past reality. There is a good reason that nothing has been built in the past 15 years north of the arena. The chaos has substantially decreased along with the interest rates starting to decrease in 2024. These circumstances dictate that the sterilization of land will end in the next 2 years. It is the community's proposal to support a 2-year extension with the caveat that the Oilers provide a small amount of their profit for only for any extension period. We suggest $50,000 per year, which is what was negotiated in 2016 for 3 years. The compensation is small compared to the drug use, the alcohol abuse, theft, and a substantial amount of noise in the community. These are complaints that we've attempted to address with the administration to no avail over the last 15 years. It would also be a big improvement if all the other illegal parking lots in the North HDC would be forced to close or at least follow the Oilers' proposals. Hopefully, we are not trying to replicate the gravel parking lots downtown, because no community should have to be the city's parking lot. The city's administration suggested we ask council to ensure the Oilers make a contribution, and that is what we are doing. We are asking council to require the Oilers to provide Central McDougall aforementioned money to help develop the community garden, securing the site for a working class community that desperately needs access to inexpensive produce. At $20 per year, that would be the community garden fee. The Community Garden Board will receive funds from the Oilers, a contribution from the league, and then file a grant application with CFED, Community Facility Enhancement Program for the province, which is a matching grant. Depending on the Oilers' contribution, we could have $250,000 to build a garden on city land that will have no cost to the city, and the infrastructure will be there for 30 plus years. So I'm also tempted because I want to see how much time I have left, because I helped write all these bylaws. I know what is happening with the parking. In 2016, December, there was no protocol that the city had for dealing with this type of thing. So they eventually created one 2.5 years later, but that didn't have anything to do with us. And those monies are already spent. But having said that, this is for the Community Garden Board, not for the Community League. And I am saying that if you look at 1.8 million other parking, and back in 2016, they were going to build 4,000 units, which is interesting. And part of the deal was that in the first 3 years, if you please check it, the Oilers said they would be back and they would start building, and they were absolutely 100% sure that would happen before 2019. It never happened. So I'm just saying, I'm sympathetic to the Oilers, but I'm not sympathetic to them. And I am saying that what is happening in this community for the last 15 years should never happen to any other community. And if seriously you want to apply some pressure, go out there and tell all illegal parking lots that they can no longer sell private
Sorry,
parking.
Warren.
Yeah.
Sorry, time is.
So please
if I may
ask a question, because I do know all of this inside and out.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Mr. Brown, just wanted to ask you, appreciate what you've presented, and that sort of mimics a bit of what we heard from Mr. Champion. And I might have missed it, just want to confirm. Have you had any conversations with the Oilers Entertainment Group or the proponent about the sort of interim plan that you're looking to support?
We've reached out about our proposal. Warren was more involved in that. You can probably shed some more light on that.
Yes, we never heard back from them, even though they said they would get back to us.
Okay, I just wanted to double check if there's been any conversation at this point. Okay, that was all my questions for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I'm not sure if I heard correctly from Mr. Brown. The community contribution agreement was supposed to be $100,000 a year. Is that correct?
Originally, that's what we had negotiated with them. Yeah, unfortunately, we learned that deal had changed in the paper the day before the hearing. I mean, when you consider the amount of revenue generated from a use that is, not part of the plan, I think something like that goes a long way to improve the community. So in that interim, the community gets developed and the marketability of the development improves.
So I'm curious. Same thing with the trees. Like if some trees are planted there now, that's exciting. But if it's going to be developed someday, those trees I imagine would be cut down or replanted or something. What would the community negative externalities of a big parking lot? Like, should we be asking for trees, or should we be asking for a playground or something else? Like what in your mind is a sensible community benefits agreement?
Well, I mean, I think that so it's a temporary use, so it's not going to be long, extend forever. I think the only reason to allow for parking there is if you can harness some of that benefit for some good, like playground, community garden, something like that. I think the location to develop that is an existing piece of city land that, is struggling, like the community garden that already exists in the neighborhood. We need to add more play areas and also more places like gardens for people to connect. Our turnover rate is very high. It's I think it's close to 2 years. So people need a chance to connect with each other, children don't have places to play, especially we have one really great playground in the neighborhood, but we don't have a lot of other play areas. I know in Rotterdam, they found that play areas were associated significantly with happiness, and they made a real goal to make their population happy. And so they focused on having some sort of play area, micro park with a play area for kids within basically a block. And it's a
So sorry, if I can just jump in there. So I really like what you shared about Vancouver banning surface parking lots and or the goal of phasing them out. Like I think we all agree the highest and best use of our downtown is buildings and spaces for people. But where I'm a little confused is, would you like council to reject this application today outright and see the parking lot fenced on the understanding that it would, remove a parking revenue incentive to keep it as a parking lot? Or would you rather see us sort of negotiate or send it back for a negotiation for a more equitable deal for the community league and the neighbors?
Yes, I would like to see it be sent back to make a more equitable deal with the community. I think that absent of that, if it's just used as a parking lot, I think that's a net loss for the city. I think not using those tools when you have them would be a major missed opportunity.
Okay, and also I'm wondering about the duration. I mean, it seems like this came forward for it's been coming back 3 times since 2016. I'm wondering if it's necessary. Would you like to see it on an annual basis? Like if the duration could be reduced, say to 1 year instead of 5 years, that way there'd be a heightened level of accountability.
I do. I think that that is the type of nuance that you want. You want to put pressure, there should be a carrot and a stick. And the idea, I think, should be that it's not, you don't want to incentivize people to use sterilized land and use it for parking for the long term. And when they're making millions of dollars from the property as a parking lot, there's a high incentive to leave that for a long period of time. So I just think that, and there's no benefit to the community in terms of, like, we bear the consequences, but we don't actually get to have any resources to improve our community. And so I think this is an important tool, and it should be sent back to negotiation to come up with something that is equitable.
So would you be in favor of a compromise, like say instead of 230 stalls, maybe having that to say 155, that they could park on 155 stalls and the other half of the area should be fenced and they can start development work on it? Would something like that be more amenable?
Because it's a temporary use and there's other ultimate plans for the area, I think that parking, like if you can farm the land basically and it's temporary and use that income for community benefits, for like building the community in other parts, that would make more sense. I think we need to put amenities into the parts that are highly visible, like along the LRT, places where people live and their quality of life could be improved. I don't know that putting a park right in and around a sea of parking would be a very highly utilized use of that land or those funds.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to both Warren and Michael for joining us. This concludes the questions to you. Now we will go to questions to our administration. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the report and just have a number of questions, I suppose, to fully understand this. So I think, looking at when we think about policy and approaches to our land use in the downtown, I understand we have a report coming next week at Urban Planning Committee to talk about that sort of at a comprehensive level. Is that the case?
We do, March 19th.
Okay. And in that report, I think that one of the options that is provided is sort of a path to compliance, which would require rezonings not dissimilar to what's in front of us today. Is that correct?
Yep, it's almost exactly this scenario where we have a temporary use of parking and therefore we'd be asking for improvements. That's as proportional as we can get it to the duration of the use.
Okay, and that, but again, we haven't had that conversation, that direction hasn't been given, and that's not currently a decision that's been made.
I can tell you it's very close to our, it's almost exactly the approach that we're presenting in the report.
Oh, but
Yeah.
sorry, just to say, at Urban Planning Committee, we haven't had that conversation there.
Yes.
To determine that is the approach that we want to take.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then you mentioned sort of in relation to duration. So I'm reflecting on this question of how we define temporary. So my understanding is that a service parking lot was approved in this location in 2016. It's been 8 years at this point. With the extension, I think it would be a total of 12 years. So how do we understand this notion of temporary?
That was going to be part of the discussion, March 19th. We put this term out there, temporary, in the report, and what it means. Could it be 7 years, 10 years, 12 years? Understanding that development cycles are longer duration. They don't just take place on an annual basis, right? Mm-hmm. It takes a long time to prepare for and to develop a large amount of land.
Yeah.
Councillor, I think just to add, in terms of the application ahead of you, the temporary nature of it is the fact that there's a timeline to it. There's 4 years in this respect. Yes, it's been an ongoing use since 2016, but the temporary permissions have come back to council now twice. So in terms of defining that temporary nature, it had expired in 2019. It came back as a fulsome redevelopment package in 2020. That took a little bit, 2022, sorry, and then now again in 2024. So the temporary nature of it is that there is a limited time frame that is being asked for permission through this application, and that requires another trip back to council if they want expanded development rights after it's expired.
Sure. And sorry, maybe just on that point. So between, from what I think I heard you just say, from 2019 to 2022, there was not a valid development permit in place?
There was an expired development permit. However, they were, the CATS group at the time was seeking the rezoning and plan amendments for the larger development, and that included the additional years for the temporary parking.
Great. Well, and I mean, again, my understanding is that a barrier to other surface parking lots coming forward to come into compliance has been that our policy has said, no, we don't support surface parking as a land use, therefore you can't get a development permit, therefore you can't. Like, I feel like that's been a consistent message that's been provided to other operators.
That's correct. And just to add, where we were thinking this time frame, 7, 10, 12 years, this is right in the range. So I think we're hitting the mark here in terms of what could be considered temporary.
Okay. But again, there are other, like, I can think of some decisions where a temporary surface parking lot has been sought and we have not approved that. Is my memory correct?
There's been a few in the downtown that have been referred back for a reduced amount of time or what have you, but they have not come back to council currently.
Okay, thank you. I have a few other questions, but I will just come around for another round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Sorry, I also had some questions about just the timing of this application coming forward in relation to the conversation that we're about to have at Urban Planning Committee. Just as Councillor Stevenson was mentioning, the broader conversation about our approach to surface parking lots. I guess what I'm grappling with is there potential that conversation at committee could potentially inform the decision that's in front of us today? You know, I appreciate that we might be able to get some further clarity at that time about, you know, what is the definition of temporary? Are there other potential points of clarification that we would be gaining from that conversation at committee?
So, Councillor, it's Travis here. So just in terms of that report that's coming to committee, it's outlining a general approach, which if approved or motioned to do, administration would go then work on that approach and then enact it. So it's not an overall framework or a very defined framework in which we're seeking direction from. It is a general framework of temporary permissions for beautification, lighting, and safety aspects, which this application does address. What I would mention as well is that this isn't unheard of in terms of applications being heard here today, coming ahead of policy. It happens actually quite frequently, and I think it's when we look to align these pieces, which I believe that report is online right now, this application lines up quite well with what's being sought in terms of that program.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. One of the other questions I had in the report, it mentions that previous studies have concluded that there's already sufficient parking to accommodate parking demands here. I'm just trying to get a sense of, I guess, the scale of the supply. Like, do we have just enough? Is there plenty? Just looking for maybe some quantification of sufficient.
Councillor Salvador, we have a transportation impact assessment from the time that Rogers Arena was approved. So that's our most recent stats. That goes back to 2016. In an approximate 800-meter radius around the arena, there were approximately 11,800 parking spaces. So it was determined that there were sufficient spaces within the general vicinity to accommodate the arena-generated parking demands.
Okay, sorry, that was 11,800?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I also wanted a little bit of clarity around underground utilities and potential application for funding through the CRL. Hearing the proponent speak about some of the, that's one of the primary barriers around moving forward is the underground utilities. Just trying to understand what the timeline looks like on those conversations, understanding that it would have to come in front of us. There would be a provincial component as well. Like, is it reasonable for that to happen within 5 years? Just really trying to get a sense of if that's a pragmatic timeline.
Councillor Salvador, it's Kim. Yes, the applicant has been discussing with administration the servicing concept for the lands north of Rogers and looking at options and opportunities around the CRL. We're in early discussions and more to come on that, but it is, if we were to follow a path, I don't see why that wouldn't be able to be figured out within 5 years.
Okay.
There are certain assumptions with that because there are gates, I'll call it, where council approval or other processes are needed to make it happen.
Right. Is 2 years reasonable? Like, yeah, like 2 years, 3 years. Is it? I'm struggling with the 5, I guess. And I appreciated some of the rationale that we heard earlier around the 5, but like, what makes 5 years reasonable in this case? And not 2 years or 3 years.
5 years is reasonable based on the improvements that we're also seeking and understanding the applicant's position with the hindrances of the market at this point in time. And in exchange for what we've asked for and our priorities for downtown to improve the appearance and the safety while we have this interim land use.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Would the past 5 years have been a reasonable time frame for this work to have started?
Councillor, it's dependent on how the development progresses. The ask 5 years previous wasn't out in front of us around the inclusion in the CRL and possible other funding mechanisms.
But the proponents could have used the past 5 years to prepare. Like, it's not a surprise that they would be responsible for the infrastructure development, right? I mean, I think that's in almost every rezoning application that we see.
It's not a surprise. Through the rezoning application in 2022, there was detailed infrastructure studies done to complete that and what was required to support that development. and those infrastructure requirements were known. However, as those development programs are refined and re-looked at, some of those infrastructure pieces may change, but it was always known that there was large pieces that needed to be completed here.
Okay. Okay. And you spoke, Travis, as well about beautification. That's the 12 or 13 trees that are in this submission?
So within the submission, there's additional trees and shrub planting, as well as connectivity through the site to allow ease of movement, in addition to what was already put in originally, which is lights, setbacks, which was landscaped and treed at the time. Some of the landscaping has been, I guess, hasn't weathered over the years because of the additional sand and salt and snow as we get in Edmonton, but the new landscaping, yes, is part of that beautification.
So, but the new landscaping, that includes the future park. Is that right?
It does not. The future park was contingent on the past rezoning.
Okay, okay. And then what was my other question that I had? Okay, yeah, I was wondering about the amount of stalls and that. Oh, on the report that's coming forward to us next week to urban planning, I think part of that is the recommendation is to have a public hearing if we were to make these amendments?
So the report,
or the ones recommended in the report coming to urban planning next week?
the way the report structure is next week is right now it's an information report, and if council wishes to go ahead, they would have to provide that direction. Just in terms of the parking stalls, Councillor Wright, there was a question about accessibility stalls. I just wanted to provide a point of clarification that the accessibility stalls in this case, the building code doesn't apply because there isn't a building associated with the development. So there isn't a requirement for accessibility stalls in this location right now.
Okay, so those laws that would step in wouldn't step in because there's no building.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. And then getting back to the public hearing, if council or committee followed the recommendations, I guess, in the report to go to sort of take the action outlined in the report, part of that would be to include a public hearing. We would be legally required for that.
Councillor Wright, that is referring to phase 1 of our proposed approach. So the phase 1 would include rezoning and text amendments. That's the standard process, right? That's the legal process we have to follow. So there would be another step and another check-in, if that's what you're wondering.
Yeah, that's what I'm just wondering. Sort of, I guess maybe to even the playing field, I guess, for all these surface parking lots, so that we're taking the same approach for everyone. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
So taken.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to understand, like, one of the reasons that our downtown looks unappealing are large number of gravel, ugly-looking parking lots. So is that one of the reasons that we want to eliminate gravel parking lots in downtown?
So the current policy direction around parking lots is to not allow the expansion or new ones. Right now, there isn't necessarily any direction around the beautification of the parking lots. It's more around those restrictions so that they don't continue to proliferate throughout downtown.
So can you give me an example of where we would have allowed a big, ugly-looking gravel parking lot in a suburban area?
I think in terms of the idea of allowing it or not allowing it, those types of interim uses and conditions in market are different in those contexts. So in terms of waiting for development to occur or aligning market conditions to occur, these interim uses are sometimes appropriate, especially when they're combined with some additional landscaping. I do share the thoughts around the beautification of downtown and how do we increase it and advance it. And those are some of the considerations that I think are before you today.
So in this context, then do you think the beautification measures proposed would make this appealing, somewhat appealing? Like how would change their appearance from now?
It'll make it more appealing. It's not going to change the fact that it's a large gravel parking lot. But the balance there is still allowing that redevelopability. As the more investment that's put into these parking lots, the more difficulty it is in rationalizing throwing away those expenses to redevelop. So I think there is a balance there, and if the balance isn't being struck appropriately, we'd be happy to take that direction.
Okay. And on the viability of this development, the large number of public infrastructure needs were identified. They're not new needs. I mean, some were, as you dig more deeper into, you know more, but they were known when the application was brought forward in 2022, right?
They were known in 2022. They were known previously as well.
Right. So I'm kind of thinking aloud whether this development ever take place because of that pressure, and then this temporary parking lot for 12 years. What I'm trying to understand, wouldn't come a time where you, and I know this is applicant, they're private landowners, you can't push them to do what they're not willing to do, right? But at some point from land use planning, you need to say, well, this is not going to be temporary anymore. This is going to be a permanent parking lot, and you have to build like a properly paved parking lot instead of a gravel parking lot. Well, how do you reach to that stage?
So I think that's where we see that policy tension around the restriction of parking lots versus the expansion of parking lots, or allowing those specific types of uses. Because right now, if you were to approve, or if we had an outright permitted parking lot that met all the bylaw conditions, they would require pavement throughout. So in terms of meeting that current bylaw that is in our zoning bylaw and those regulations, those improvements are higher over and above what's being presented today. However, it's recognized that there is an interim use to this, and there are development visions and ideas that are out there and that they have progressed, although you haven't seen them develop. There's been significant time and effort that's made to advance it, and those market conditions are needing to turn.
Okay. I'm running out of time, but I have a few other questions. Maybe I'll come back. I'll move the second round.
Second.
Please vote. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Thank you, and chair back to Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to get some input from administration on the question of an amenity contribution. So a few things. This is a special area zone. I don't know if we have the ability to do an amenity contribution through a special area zone.
So the MGA does provide that council can regulate land in any way that it deems necessary. So I think from a very technical standpoint, legally, councillor, you could do this in a standard zone. I think it would be very difficult to defend. I've talked a little bit about the nexus between these increase in development rights, which are typically over and above what is standard, and the community amenity contribution. So couple of considerations in putting it in a standard zone is, one, is very difficult to defend because we don't have that uplift from what is normally considered standard. And remembering too that if you put it into a standard zone, it would apply in any place that standard zone could apply in the city. So very different from a direct control in that respect.
Yeah, although I feel like special area is sort of in between those two in that it has a defined location where it can be applied.
Absolutely. Yep. That's an important consideration. You're absolutely right. It sort of sits somewhere in the middle between your regular standard zone and your direct control zone.
Okay. And I know you've referred to, so we have a policy, I believe, that links amenity area contributions to uplift in development potential. I heard members of the public talking about that contribution being to help mitigate the land use impacts. Is that a valid framing of an amenity contribution?
Yes, I think the sort of legal bedrock that it's based on is those, typically it's an increase in development rights where there's going to be impacts. These increases are typically above what is the standard zoning. And so there's a nexus between that amenity contribution, so funds to be able to be spent in the neighborhood to mitigate those extra development rights. So,
but does it need to be linked to the extra development rights, or can it be linked to the use, the temporary use that's now being extended?
So I would say the case law would suggest that we're looking at uplift in development rights as opposed to continuing with the same development that is already existing.
And I know we typically think of uplift in terms of FAR or a building, but is it arguable that there's uplift because it's allowing the land to be used for a commercial purpose?
I think that would be a very difficult argument to float, Councillor. Usually we're talking about some significant difference in impact that allows us to get there, especially in the direct control context.
Okay. And are there other avenues that exist to potentially link a land use decision to contributions to the community?
I think we have to be very I think that the policy that's in place with respect to direct controls is your most legally sound principle. I think stepping outside of that context would require a lot more analysis, and I do believe it would probably end up being something that starts to look like an illegal tax, Councillor, and that's what I worry about, and certainly not something that we would do on the fly. But I think if we did that fulsome analysis, my gut tells me that there's a reason why we landed on the community amenity contribution policy, and the way that it's structured is all very couched in the legal principles that are established.
Okay, well, I really appreciate that clarity. I appreciate those responses, and we'll just reflect on that a little bit further. Maybe just further to Mayor Sohi's question, in terms of the decision to not require hard surfacing, just if there's a bit more context around that.
Really just a decision around what's proportional in terms of the rights that they're asking for and the fact that it's pending redevelopment. So if we ask for asphalt is expensive, extensive drainage underground is expensive. If we ask for those things now, then we're setting up for, a more permanent future, right? The expectation is and always has been that this site will be redeveloped. If we're sinking lots of money into it, or we're asking for lots of money to be sunk into it at this point, seems unfair to the premise.
And just to clarify, does surface paving necessitate underground drainage?
Councillor Jitinder Divana here. It would necessitate some sort of underground infrastructure over there, because with surface parking, the amount of water that's going to be released onto the neighboring infrastructure is going to increase. So we may have to hold it for a period of time, then pipe it to the infrastructure.
I gotcha. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
So taken.
So I really want to understand the viability again. So if the public infrastructure investment is required, that discussion is taking place, there will be more work done and reported to council. Eventually the money will come out of CRL, right?
That's just under discussion, Mr. Mayor. We are working through the detailed design analysis with the applicant to understand the staging and phasing of the development. And then, of course, the funding model in terms of how that is delivered is to be determined. Second to that, though, there's, all of the design work and engineering drawings, servicing agreements to progress, to actually see the development happen. So that takes a number of years to get through all of that work, which is why the ask here today for a 5-year extension is reasonable in terms of what to expect to align with the redevelopment of the property.
Okay. So can you tell me how much work has been done from 2019 or 2022 to now on all that to advance this project?
So in 2022, council approved the new zoning that applies to the land. So that was an update to the development rights with the property, which enables 2,500 units and a commercial and a park.
How much effort has been made to actually create conditions to develop this site, other than zoning and development rights? Like all the gap in infrastructure, how much of that has been fulfilled, or progress has there been what I want to understand, if we can give another 5-year extension, but 5 years from now, we are still what we are discussing today, right? That's what I want to understand. I want to understand, is there progress from the previous decision to today?
Yes, I believe there's progress. Okay. We're working very closely with the applicant team and their consultants to review the servicing approach. We've also have an upcoming report in terms of options and compatibility to connect to district energy within the area. So we're looking and working through all these different options in terms of servicing, and that definitely takes some time to go through that process.
Okay. And would CRL, if the CRL is the funding source, that would also require revisiting other CRL projects?
All of that's still under review. We do have a report in 2 weeks around the CRL and the projects within the CRL. So more to be discussed at Urban Planning or Executive Committee on March 20th on that.
Okay, got it. Okay. All right, I will take the chair back. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Those questions could be to administration, to proponent, or to the folks in opposition. I see no other questions. Okay. Okay, we'll go to closing, move forward, to close the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move that we close public hearing at this time.
Okay.
Second.
Councillor Knack, so please vote to close the public hearing.
We have all the votes.
Could display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. So, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this point, I would like to put a referral motion on the floor. So I'll move that bylaw 20727 and Charter bylaw 20728 be postponed to the April 2nd, 2024 City Council public hearing to allow for further comprehensive discussions on downtown service parking lots to occur.
Second.
That was Councillor Wright seconding it. Can we please put the motion on the floor? Here it is. Please go ahead, Councillor Stevenson, make the introduction.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. This has been a really fruitful conversation. I really appreciate the discussions that we've had and the analysis that's been brought forward. And truthfully, this is one I feel very torn on. I absolutely see and appreciate the work that's been done to add vibrancy to the downtown, to bring people to the core through the temporary animation of Fan Park. I understand that some of the parking in the area supports those activities, absolutely. I think in previous discussions, we've also seen, reasonably clearly that removing the option to have surface parking lot doesn't necessarily speed up development of land in the downtown. But that said, we still have an outstanding conversation that I think is a very important one. Talking about providing land use rights for surface parking lots, even if they are just temporary, is a significant departure from our previous practice and goes against years of policy guidance that we've followed as a city. I don't want to presuppose the outcome of that discussion, but it's an incredibly important one, and I think it's incredibly important for us to have that conversation before making the decision that's before us today. So the intent of this motion is to allow us to have that discussion, not only so that we can take a strategic approach in our decisions around this land use in the heart of our city, but also to ensure that we are providing consistency and an equal playing field for all landowners who may be operating surface parking lots in the downtown. So that's the intent of the motion, and happy to take any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So questions on the motion? Okay, I don't see any questions on the motion on the floor. So anyone to speak to the motion? Okay, anyone who wants to speak, could you please sign up so then we can take a break, then we'll come back with a sense how much time we'll take. Okay, all right, we will take a break here. Councillor Tang, you would have to carry on with the proceedings after the break. I have a meeting at 3:30. I won't be back till at least 4, right? So you would have
Sounds
to
good.
chair the meeting. We are on the recess till 3:45.
Council Chamber.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'll call this meeting to resume. And maybe I'll do a roll call first. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe. Oh no, she's Councillor Principe is still away on council business, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Paquet, I don't know if we have you online.
I believe he's also still away on city business.
Okay, great. I'm here and Mayor Sohi will be back shortly. Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, hello.
Hello, Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I got everybody. So we're on the speaking to the referral motion. I'm actually on the board, so I will pass the chair over to Councillor Salvador as the acting mayor to chair.
I have the chair.
Thank you. So I just want to speak in favor of this motion. This has been a very interesting conversation. I feel equally torn about this particular item. I recognize that not approving this item isn't necessarily going to stimulate redevelopment. There is so much uncertainty in the air. I feel that the community benefits amenity still feels like such an outstanding conversation, and I absolutely can sympathize with the community wanting benefits that can help stimulate vibrancy to further attract families. There's a compounding effect to this. And yet at the same time, approving something right away today feels also contrary to a lot of the policy discussions we've been having so far on surface parking lot and to be had for next week. There's still, I think, a number of pieces that's still outstanding. And I've heard immense answers, and despite their response, I'm still uncomfortable with the 5-year horizon. And I recognize this leaves the applicant in limbo somewhat, but I would appreciate waiting on this until after the Urban Planning Committee next week. So I appreciate the mover for bringing this forward. That's all I have to say. So I will take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
I see no one else on the board. Councillor Stevenson, would you like to close?
Nothing further to add at this point. Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
And we have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. So given this is now referred back, we no longer continue with the rest of the readings. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct.
And
Okay.
Councillor Tang, if I may, just as Jessie from Law, just given
yes,
that
please.
we've voted to, or you have voted to postpone this item till after it comes back from committee, I just want to give council a bit of a caution. So this is as though this bylaw has been advertised. So in terms of receiving information outside the public hearing, I would suggest that you don't. That's the legal advice. Now, of course, you're going to have a much larger, broader policy discussion coming up at Urban Planning Committee, which is fine. But I would very much caution against having any specific conversation about this application because it is on the agenda for the next public hearing. So I wanted to throw that caution out so everybody has a bit of the goalposts going into Urban Planning Committee just to make sure that we're staying above board with respect to this application.
That is, yes, very sound advice. Thank you very much. And I'm sure all my colleagues have heard it. Appreciate that. So I think that concludes then these two items, 320 and 321. And then we just have one last item on 3.22, Charter Bylaw 20776. Over to administration. Or Councillor Rice, would you like a presentation? You were the person who selected this.
There is no presentation. I don't think there is a presentation for this item.
Okay, well, I'll just check with administration if you have any opening comments.
No, there is a presentation. It's just was not uploaded in time.
Okay.
Okay, so if that is the case, and I would like to see the presentation because
Yes, I think that will.
See it.
Yep,
like in Instagram. Thank you.
I think that would benefit everybody. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. This application is an administrative amendment to address technical errors in zoning bylaw 20,001 that corrects the zoning of sites in several neighborhoods across the city. Next slide, please. On October 23rd, 2023, Council approved Charter Bylaws 20,001 and 21,001, which adopted the new zoning bylaw and respective new zoning map. Upon subsequent review of the approved Charter Bylaws, administration determined that the zoning map incorrectly displayed CG, General Commercial Zone, for several sites when the intention was for them to be CB, Business Commercial Zone. This proposed charter bylaw will rezone those sites to CB, Business Commercial Zone. Next slide, please. It is administration's recommendation that council consider approval of this rezoning. This concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Madam Clerk, if you don't mind just reminding me, are there speakers for this item?
We do not have speakers registered in favor or in opposition on this item.
Okay, great, thank you. So over to you, Councillor Rice, for any questions.
Thank you, Chair Tam. So I selected this one, and because last weekend when I was visit neighborhoods, I received the question. I would like to ask this question on behalf of my constituents and to get this in the public record for the question, but it will be very quick and also will be support this bylaw to fix these technical errors and in the map. So the question is very simple. Is just about right now, and after we collect the map from CG to CB, from public perspective, would like to understand what will not be allowed for the land use and what impact and it could be.
Okay, sure. In short, to answer your question, the zones are in fact very similar. What has occurred here is that the CB zone does not allow for residential. So on the back end, just to give a technical explanation, on the back end what had occurred was parcels of land that fell outside of nodes and corridors as well are nodes and corridors, but also fell within established non-residential areas within our city plan were identified for CB2 zone sites under our old bylaw to go to CB. This was very explicitly written in the charter bylaw that City Council approved. However, because the map trumped the verbiage of the bylaw, this error needed to be corrected by returning to public hearing.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, so just following up, if I understand the question, if I understand correctly, the text and the map don't line up, and so we need to rectify the map to line up with what's in the text that we approved.
That is correct, Councillor.
Okay. And what would happen? There's nothing like, for example, this is the clear like for like, or is there any discrepancy between these two? Remember when we did the zoning bylaw renewal, it was the nearest equivalency zone. So the CB would be the nearest equivalency zone, not the CG?
That is correct.
Okay. Thanks. That's all my questions.
Okay, seeing that there's no other questions, Councilor Rice, do you want to move to close the public hearing on this item?
Yes, I move this bylaw to be closed for the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
I move the first reading.
Second.
Great, thank you. The first reading is on the floor. If anybody wants to speak to this, please sign up. And seeing none, Councilor Rice, would you like to close?
Nothing to add.
Great, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
I move the second reading for this bylaw.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Consideration, please.
Yeah, this consideration for the third reading for this bylaw.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote, and that's carried.
I move the last reading and for the chart bylaw 206776.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. And that concludes all the items for today's public hearing. Notices of motion and motions without customary notice. Do we have any? I guess questions to clerk.
There aren't any that I was made aware of.
Okay, neither have I. So speak now or forever. Hold your peace. Seeing none, I'll call this meeting adjourned at 4 p.m. Thank you.
You may now, I don't know how to end that one.
Yeah, welcome back.